Hello everyone, welcome back to more Nurse Love Syndrome. So this time we're gonna be doing Sayuri. Let's see, mic check. Okay, I think we're all good. Appreciate it. The no thanks, I think, is some other chi fruit, I don't know. That's awesome! Way to go, senpai! Let me see if I have to say no thanks to anybody at the beginning, you know? So I can like make a save and not have to deal with all this. Let's see. I don't see no thanks as an option anywhere, so I don't know what that's about. Well, when I do the chi fruits, I'm gonna have to start over anyway because there's a choice before he's saying, "Oh, I appreciate it." Kanpai! Let's just go with Senpai. Senpai, I brought beer! So I have something to talk about. When I mentioned playing Ultra Despair Girls, I think I've mentioned this before, but I played the original Vita version like a couple years ago, but I didn't finish it, so now that I have it on the PS4, I want to stream it, and because I don't want to mess with all that stuff, the hacking and whatnot. I don't want to do that. I'd like to play like maybe DS games and stuff, but no, I'm not gonna, what's it called? Something break it. So yeah, I'm gonna play Ultra Despair Girls, but I've played like through half of it, so like the rest of it will be pretty much blind. But I get like, the whole idea, what's going on and all that. There's also a lot of collectibles, like Jesus. So I'm gonna do my best to get all those. My first try. Whatever I happen to miss, if any, I'll just get those back with the chapter select stuff. But the thing is, I don't know how that stuff carries over, like, is it gonna be like a Dark Pictures type of situation where it just saves everything? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like you collect one thing on one save file and you have it for another file you didn't even collect it on yet. I don't know. We got I guess I'll help. Let's get back to work. I pretend to not hear Yamanouchi's question and run up to Senpai. Wait. The chief extends a frigid offer. Yamanouchi meekly turns back to do her reports. Senpai and I, on the other hand, exchange looks and giggle at each other. Sure. Mommy's leaving. So I guess when I picked Senpai to give the gift to, I don't know if it's the case actually, but it just seemed like there was a lot more text that I had to go through, so maybe I should pick Senpai. I'll help. No, never mind. I'm gonna help out anyway, but I don't want to help right away. Okay, here we go. We can't. Can't do anything until it's cleaned. Sorry, I'm gonna talk to you later. Okay, see how I feel. All I can do is say how I really feel.
そうやって人の思いを決めつけて足で踏みつけにしてそれで気が済むの。酒井さんは私が嫌い。それは分かった。でもさ、その感情をむき出しにしてそれでどうしようっていうの？あんたに何が分かるのよ。何も分かんないよ。でもだから何も分かんないから歩み寄る必要があるんじゃないかって私は言いたいの。私のこと嫌いだったら嫌いでいいよ。嫌われるのは嫌だけど仕方がないよ。酒井さんの気持ちをあれこれ言う権利はないしね。でもね、はっきりした理由もなく嫌いって感情をぶつけられるのはすごく感じが悪い。
そうやって腹に感情を隠して上辺だけのお付き合いがお望みですか。お幸せなんですね。
Appearances and formalities. I wasn't trying to say that, but she might be right. Ever since coming into this hospital as a new nurse, I've thought that people have accepted me fairly well, but my presence just might be making trouble for everyone. Am I just not noticing that, mistakenly thinking that I'm being accepted? But that's fine. If I pretend not to notice, work without starting any trouble, really learn... Hold on, what? If I pretend not to notice and work without starting any trouble, I'll really learn how to do the job and manage to make up for everything.
それでいい。それでもいいよ、私。
は？
今は上辺だけの付き合いでも、そのうちに認められるようになればそれでいい。甘いかもしれないけど、波風立てずに済むのなら、それで周囲に迷惑をかけずに済むのなら、陰でどんなにバカにされててもいい。いつか迷惑をかけた人に恩返しができたらそれでいいの。それで頑張ったねって言ってもらえるようになるなら、それだけで頑張った甲斐はあるよ。
筋金入りのお人よしですね。
そうかもしれない。
ところで こんなところで油を売っていてもいいんですか？
そうだね。
Miss Sakai, she's a bit of a difficult patient to deal with, but I hope we get along someday. I wonder if she'll tell me more about herself.
じゃあまた何かあったらナースコールで呼んでくださいね。
How can I get her to open her heart? How can I get along better with her? Or, instead of having her do things for me, is there anything I can do for her? Is there anything I can do for her? So I guess the chief only has 3 pairs of underwear? Unless, like, when I do her route, because I have to complete, Sayuri and... I think... Yamanochi? I don't remember, but... I have to do... I have to complete 2 girls' routes before I can do all of the chiefs. Sayuri is one of them. After some careful thought, I decide not to mention the roof. I can't help but think about how comfortable Ami looked when she played the Fortaloo up there. Ami might hate me forever if I get the door to the roof locked on her.
アミちゃん、いえ、浅田さんは、お手洗いに行ってたみたいです。ちょっと長くかかってしまったみたいで。
お手洗い？そう。
The chief eyes me suspiciously, but doesn't say anything else before walking away. Once she's gone, I let out a deep sigh. She's definitely going to be pissed if she finds out about this later. Is this really going to be alright? Yeah, it'll be fine. I can't make any progress on my reports. I slam my head down on the desk, right on top of the blank report sheet.
あら、何してるの？誰かに用？
Who's Senpai talking to?
いえ、大丈夫です。
Whoop. Bye, Ami. By the time I look up, it's too late. All I see is someone who looks like Ami run down the hallway.
アミちゃん、どうかしたんですか？さあ、何か言いたげにうろうろしてたから声をかけたんだけど、逃げられちゃった。
Senpai seems just as confused as me. If Senpai doesn't understand it, there's no way I will. So I turn back to my blank report sheet. Ugh, this is so depressing.
五輪さんのコールの内容は。
Yamanochi looks up from her own reports.
あれ、アミちゃんどないしたん？
なんでもないです。失礼しました。
Ami, what? I turn around only to once again see the little girl running away.
やっとかけた。
遅い、時間かかりすぎ。
She smacks me in the head with a rolled up bunch of report sheets. Well, they say people from Kansai can be pretty biting.
じゃあ見せて。まあまあかな。もうちょっと具体的に書いてほしいところだけど、頑張って書けたと思うわ。
藤沢、あんたの指導も具体性に欠けとるな。
そんなの指導の仕方なんて人それぞれでしょ。私は私のやり方でサバイを指導してるんです。
ああ、せやね。
私、お手洗いに。
Unable to bear listening to their quarrel, I leave the nurse's station. Oh, hi, Ami. Oh yeah, wasn't Ami just kind of wandering around outside the nurse's station?
どうしたの？何かよ。おや？こっちに来てください。
She takes me by the hand and pulls me away with her. We eventually get to Ami's hospital room.
どうしたの、アミちゃん。
Ami's cheeks are flushed deep red.
かおりんさん、屋上のこと黙っててくれたんですよね。私、かおりんさんの気持ちが嬉しいって感謝してるってことを伝えたくて、ありがとうございました。
She bows her head, but I quickly lift it up for her.
アミちゃん、やめてよ。頭を上げて、そんな頭を下げてもらうようなことしてないし。って、なんでアミちゃん、私が黙ってたこと知ってるの？
A big smile spreads across her face.
さっきね、さゆりんとトイレで会ったの。でね、なぎさんと主任さんが私のことを探してたって聞いて。検温がまだだったもんね。本当はね、基本的に屋上は立ち入り禁止だって私も他の患者さんも知ってるの。だからもしかおりんさんが私と屋上にいたって主任さんに報告してたら、今頃は屋上閉鎖の騒ぎになってるはずでしょ。
I thought for sure that the chief wouldn't hesitate even for an instant to completely close off the roof.
どうして報告しなかったんですか？
後でバレたらきっとカオリンさんが主任さんに叱られちゃうのに。
Her question is honest, so I decide to answer it truthfully. Okay, so I don't want to say the thing that gets me stuck on Ami's route, so... I was afraid to tell the truth.
主任さんってね、怒るとすごく怖いの。だから正直に言うのが怖くて。
I say somewhat jokingly.
主任さんってそんなに怖い人なんですか？綺麗なお姉さんじゃないですか。
褒めてくれるときは褒めてくれるんだけどね、ダメなことしちゃったりしそうになっただけでもう雷がピシャーンって。
うわー、そういえば同じ部屋の子たちが騒いでて主任さんに叱られるのを見たことあったな。もう自分が言われたわけじゃないけど、あんな風に怒られるなら普通に怒鳴られる方がマシかもって思っちゃう。
でしょ？あれがしょっちゅうなの。上司としてすごく信頼できるんだけど、正直にごめんなさいって言えるような雰囲気じゃないっていうか。
わあ、カオリンさんがそんなこと言ってたって主任さんに言いつけたらすごいことになりそう。
Ami smiles, and as I imagine what that would be like, my eyes fill with tears.
やめて、それは本気でやめて。
どうしようかな。
アミちゃん。
冗談ですよ。
もうアミちゃんったら。
You know what happens to bad little girls. She is a patient though, so I flick her head a little more lightly than usual. She should be thanking me for going so easy on her.
もう少し2年目としての自覚と内科看護師としての責任を持って仕事をしてちょうだい。
Senpai? Yeah, so since I gave the gift to Senpai, we're dealing with a lot of Senpai scenes. Like, I love Senpai, but there's a lot of text Senpai. I deserve to be mocked. Stick around. Well, I'm really curious. I can't help it.
お姉ちゃんの名前聞いてもいい？
いいわよ。私の名前は酒井さゆりよ。
酒井さゆい？
さゆいじゃなくてさゆりね。
さゆり。
そうそう、 酒井さゆり。いや、そうじゃなくて。
Miss Sakai's having some trouble. If it were me, she would have insulted me right away. But since she's dealing with a kid, she's being really mild.
じゃあ、名字はいいわ。さゆりお姉ちゃんで。
さゆりお姉ちゃん。こっちの方が言いやすいよ。
それはよかったわ。じゃあ、お部屋に戻りましょうね。
Uh-oh. I tried to hide somewhere, but it's already too late. When Miss Sakai pops out of the bathroom, our eyes meet. I've gotta say something.
あ、酒井さんって子供が好きなの？
My eyes go wide when I say that. Wait, what am I saying?
そんなの関係ないでしょ。
Miss Sakai's face is completely red. I'm so dumb. Then someone tugs at the hem of my uniform.
私ね、さゆりお姉ちゃんにおトイレについてきてもらったの。
She innocently declares that to me.
そう、よかったね。
さゆりお姉ちゃん、優しいから大好き。
I glance at Miss Sakai to see that her face is even more red. She's really bashful right now. When I look at her like this, she seems like a girl her age. I mean, she's always standoffish and kinda mean, but she's still younger than me. She's still a 20-year-old girl.
そうなの。私もさゆりお姉ちゃんが好きよ。
I crouch down to Sakushi's eye level and pat her on the head.
さゆりお姉ちゃんは私が先に好きになったのに。
そっか。じゃあ私は2番目でいいかな。1番目はつくしちゃんに譲っちゃう。
そう言われると弱いんだよな。じゃあ私たち2人のお姉ちゃんでいいよ。
そうね。私たち2人のお姉ちゃんね。
Feeling my heart warm up, I look up next to me at Miss Sakai.
あれ？
But she's already gone. She must not have been able to take the embarrassment. She doesn't need to be embarrassed either.
じゃあ看護師のお姉ちゃんはお仕事に戻るね。つくしちゃんは一人でお部屋に帰れる？
大丈夫よ、それくらい。私、子供じゃないもの。
You are a kid.
そっか。子供扱いして失礼だったかな。
そうよ、失礼しちゃう。でも、許してあげるね。
ありがとう。じゃあまたね、つくしちゃん。
Sakushi waves at me and I watch her go back to room 306. Now then. That was a refreshing sight. Time to get back to work. Oh, look at the time. I've got to go change Miss Sakai's ID. Thanks to her, I've gotten into the habit of doing things ahead of time. And while that's good, well, I just hope she isn't mean to me today. Huh? There's no response.
酒井さん、点滴の交換の時間ですよ。
Still no answer. I open the door.
あれ、いない？
What am I going to do about her drip? It's about time for her IV bottle to run out. It's really rare for her not to be in her room.
どこ行っちゃったんだろう、酒井さん。
I know that she'll be back before long if I wait. But Miss Sakai is my only patient, so maybe I should look around for her. There's a nice breeze out today. I bet one of the rooms has all the windows open. In fact, Miss Sakai probably wanted to take a nice walk out in the corridor, the pleasant breeze blowing over her. Living in a hospital must be boring, so it's not surprising that she'd want to go for a walk. Miss Sakai is forbidden from leaving the hospital as part of her treatment, and she has to know that, so she must be in the hospital. There are so many people down here as usual. I can't imagine she'd come here to take a load off. Though I don't think she'd go over to the surgery ward either.
もしかして。
Ah, there she is. There's a tall patient standing with her back turned to me. It's such a thin back. It looks so fragile that I just want to hug it. But if I just hugged her out of nowhere, she'd definitely yell at me. So, pushing down my desire to hold her,
何を見てるの？
I call out to her and step up next to her.
見てわからないものは説明したってわからないわ。
Miss Sakai sure hasn't changed. I hold back a grimace and follow her eyes. Beyond the low buildings is a blue sea, glimmering in the bright sun.
ここから海が見えるのね。
Speaking up gets no response from Miss Sakai. It doesn't look like she's rejecting me, though. Because if she was, she'd have said something really cold. The two of us just look at the sea in silence. It's kind of comfortable. The feeling of being able to somehow understand each other without words. The feeling probably isn't mutual. But really, that's fine. Since we're actually having a nice quiet time together.
あなた、泳ぎは得意？
She asked me a question out of nowhere. It takes me a bit by surprise, and I can't see why she's asking me that, but I should answer honestly.
得意じゃないかな。金槌じゃないけど、でも得意というわけでもないかな。そういう酒井さんはなんだか得意そうに見えるけど。
そう見える？
酒井さん、何でもできそうな感じだから。
何でもできそうね。
Her smile has a bit of self-deprecation about it. Huh? Did I step on a landmine? Paying my worry no mind, Miss Sakai gazes off at the sea with a gentle look.
もうすぐ夏ですね。
Our conversation is all over the place. Though it doesn't look like there's any context, she probably has a reason for what she's saying. That has to be it.
そうだね。あと2ヶ月もすれば海に入ると気持ちいい季節になるね。
そうらしいですね。
らしいって。
Another self-deprecating smile. I'm curious about it. I can't take my eyes off her.
私、海で遊んだ経験がないのでわかりません。
Wait, she hasn't?
きっと海で遊ぶ経験もないまま、私は百合ヶ浜を離れることになるんでしょうけど。
I want to say that isn't true, but I don't want to be just saying that. Empty encouragement wouldn't work on someone as smart as her. Since then, I've studied furiously about Miss Sakai's disease, aplastic anemia. For some reason, Miss Sakai's bone marrow doesn't make blood anymore. Her disease hasn't advanced all that much yet. This means we can help her with blood transfusions, but that's just a treatment of symptoms. As time goes on, her disease is just going to get worse. The only way to cure her aplastic anemia would be a bone marrow transplant. Bone marrow transplants aren't easy, however. First of all, there's no guarantee that you'll find a donor or not. If we don't find a donor, Miss Sakai will eventually die in the hospital. And she knows that. I try to think up another topic. Since I can't take keeping quiet,
ここ気持ちいいね。 井さんが見つけたの？
いえ、あの変なあだ名をつけたがる子がこっそり教えてくれました。
Penchant for giving people strange nicknames. That has to be Ami. So that's how Miss Sakai sees her, huh?
あの子も入院生活でストレスを感じたら、よくここに来るんだって言ってました。
Oh, so the ever-smiling Ami talked to Miss Sakai about how she was stressed out. I'm glad we kept the roof door from being locked.
変な人。あなたも、浅田さんも。山之内さんとか他のバイトナースを見習って普通にしていればいいのに。
普通にしてるつもりだけど、酒井さんにはそうは見えない？
私のことなんか放っておけばいいのに、わざわざ面倒なことをしようとして。
Leave her alone, out of my way. What sad words. Why does she try to force herself into isolation like this? What kind of face was I making? Miss Sakai giggles.
私がここにいたこと、主任さんにでも報告しますか？屋上は立ち入り禁止区域でしょ。どんな理由であれ、患者が立ち入ってはいけない場所のはずです。特に私のように難病疾患で入院中の患者は絶対に立ち入り禁止でしょ。発作的に自殺する可能性もあるんだし。
I think for a little. Other patients aside, if I made a report like that to the chief, Miss Sakai would end up banned from the roof alone. She must be at the end of her rope with such an awful disease as is, and she would lose her place to relax. Of course, there's no guarantee that Miss Sakai won't jump. She won't survive if she isn't cured, and treatment is difficult. Even someone as strong as Miss Sakai feels really down sometimes. Even if she doesn't commit willful suicide, if she happens to slip off in a bout of depression, that would be the end of this hospital. But
看護師であるなら、患者さんの安全を最優先させるべき看護師なら、報告するのが当然なのは分かってるよ。
ええ、それが当然ね。
でも、酒井さんの友人として考えると、報告はしたくない。
Miss Sakai looks surprised. Though I don't know whether she's surprised that I said I wouldn't report her or that I said she was my friend.
そうね。報告をしたらここは封鎖されてしまうし、他の患者さんに恨まれたくないものね。
確かに、ドアを施錠されちゃうと、ここを癒しの場にしてる患者さんには恨まれちゃいそうだよね。
After giggling, I noticed. What Miss Sakai said was probably her being meanly sarcastic, and I think I've built up a little resistance to that.
とにかく、報告はしない。これは以前から決めていたことなの。
Miss Sakai turns her face away from me.
あなたの好きなようにしたらいい。
With her face still turned away from me, she walks past my side and heads for the door.
点滴はあと30分ほどで終わるようにクレーン目を絞ってあります。終わる頃にコールします。
I end up left behind by Miss Sakai on the roof, but I don't feel any loneliness. Because I saw the relief on Miss Sakai's face when she left. That made me realize that even though she puts on a strong show, she's still a girl about my age. So bad ending, she's probably gonna die. I don't want that to happen, as much as I don't like her. Might get pressured. Now, I glanced down at my watch. It's just about time for me to change Miss Sakai's IV.
酒井さんの部屋に行ってきます。おう、言いまかされんなよ。別に勝ち負けじゃないから言いまかされてもいいんです。
I chuckle at my own words and take Miss Sakai's IV bottle in hand. That's right. I wonder exactly when it was that I realized the best course of action was to just let Miss Sakai complain and not say anything back. Ever since I realized I should just take in whatever complaint she had, things with her have been so much easier. Maybe she isn't complaining just because she wants to. I came up with this idea one day in the bathtub. Maybe the unbearable pain inside her that no one else understands is making her say such mean things. Thinking of it that way, Miss Sakai seems so sad. That's why I want to find her hidden feelings behind all those spiteful words, and let her share those with me too. Huh, no one's answering. Is she not in her room? I quietly open the door and peek inside.
酒井さん、点滴の交換に来ましたよ。あれ？いない。
Where could she have gone?
私のことなんか放っておけばいいのに、わざわざ面倒なことをしようとして。
Oh, the roof. I should go check up there. If she's not up on the roof, well, I'll think about that later. Okay. Ah, there she is. Squishy's with her too. Miss Sakai has really taken a liking to her. I'd feel bad interrupting, so I'll just watch from here for a minute.
で、さゆりお姉ちゃんにも貸してあげるね。
うわあ、かわいいわね。貸してくれるの？
Squishy takes out a hat or something and gives it to Miss Sakai. What is it? I can't really see from here.
お裾分け。パパに買ってもらったの。
買ってもらったばかりのそんな大事なものを私に貸してくれるの？
お裾分けなの。さゆりお姉ちゃんは私の大切なお姉ちゃんだもの。私は一人っ子だから、お姉ちゃんができたら大事にしようってずっと思ってたんだ。
What? When she got an older sister? Does Sakushi know what she's saying?
私が被らせてあげるね。
She puts the hat-looking thing on Miss Sakai's head. And what? They're cat ears?
かわいいにゃ。
Gasp. Did she just meow like a cat? Did Miss Sakai really just meow like a cat?
かわいい。やっぱり思った通りね。よく似合ってるよ。
嬉しいにゃ。
This is way too unexpected. I can't believe how cute Miss Sakai is when she relaxes a little. She's so cute, I'm actually getting a bit dizzy. Oh, get yourself together. Maybe if I think of something difficult, I can calm down a bit. Let's see, dizzy. Medical terminology for that is presyncope. It's spelled Presyncope. Just calm down already. I'm sure the concentration of adrenaline in my blood is extremely high. Adrenal mandela, stop working so much. Side effects of adrenaline are increased heart rate, dilated pupils, constricted blood vessels, and... my brain doesn't want to work right now.
にゃー、眠くなってきたにゃー。甘えていいかにゃ？
いいよ。お膝にどうぞ。
No. Miss Sakai lies down with her head right in Sakushi's lap. She's even holding her head up with her hand a little so that the weight of her head doesn't make Sakushi uncomfortable. Miss Sakai is so nice. How adorable. Wait, this isn't the time for that. She turns over and jerks back in fright. We lock eyes. Miss Sakai looks away awkwardly. What should I do? I feel pretty darn awkward as well.
どうしたの？誰かいるの？
Squishy, noticing Miss Sakai's gaze, looks up to me.
看護婦さんだ。看護婦さんも一緒に遊ぼう。
I feel bad if I said no, so I put on an amicable smile and approached them.
じゃあお言葉に甘えて。
Miss Sakai gets up restlessly. Of course she won't make eye contact with me. Her cat ears, now hanging slightly to the side, take my interest more than ever.
もう起きちゃうの？もっと寝ててもいいのに。
目が冴えちゃったから。目が冴えちゃったにゃん。
This is kind of cute, but why do I suddenly feel like I can't stand to be here another second? I'm feeling kind of sorry.
耳がずれてるよ。ちゃんとしなきゃ。
にゃん。
Squishy reaches up and fixes the cat ears on Miss Sakai's head. What can we talk about?
つくしちゃん、そのお帽子パパに買ってもらったんだって。
あなた、立ち聞きしていたの？
Miss Sakai's cheeks are bright red, but probably not from anger as she yells at me. It's only now that I realize I just admitted to eavesdropping on them.
ごめんなさい。
信じられないわ。立ち聞きするなんて。
もう、さゆりお姉ちゃん、ダメでしょ？看護婦さんは私に聞いてるんだよ。
ああ、ごめんなさい。
Miss Sakai is so mild-mannered right now.
ねえねえ、看護婦さんも猫耳つける？
What? Me?
私はいいよ。
そんな遠慮しないで。さゆりお姉ちゃん、看護婦さんに猫耳つけてあげて。
Miss Sakai takes off her cat ears. Then, looking dumbfounded, she hands the ears to me. Without looking me in the eyes, of course.
どうぞ。
もう、どうぞじゃなくて、さゆりお姉ちゃんが看護婦さんにつけてあげるの。さゆりお姉ちゃんの方が先に私のお姉ちゃんになったんだから、看護婦さんに優しくしなきゃダメでしょ。
Miss Sakai looks awkward as Sakushi yells at her. I must look pretty awkward as well. Cat ears. Cat ears and a nurse uniform. And on top of it all, Miss Sakai's the one putting them on me.
なんで私が。
Funny, I was just asking myself the same question. I can't say something like that in front of Squishy when she looks like she's having so much fun, though. The ears are secured on top of my head now. Miss Sakai's cheeks turn bright red when I look at her. What the heck is with that reaction?
かわいい。ね、さゆりお姉ちゃん、看護婦さんかわいいよね。
Miss Sakai turns away from me when she answers Squishy.
そうね。
Hey, what the heck is with that reaction then? Does she think I'm not actually cute? She thinks I look so ridiculous that she can't even look me in the eye? I need a mirror. I want to see for myself how I look right now. Oh, but maybe I really don't want to see myself like this. Someone help me! Squishy and Miss Sakai get along really well. It's very comforting seeing them talk in such a friendly way. It's so nice, but we go on talking as if there isn't a pair of cat ears on my head. Miss Sakai's doing her best not to look at me too. It doesn't seem like Squishy notices that Miss Sakai's doing that though. Something about Miss Sakai's reaction is really getting me down. I guess I should consider it normal, but...
今何時？
I quickly looked down at my watch to check.
14時、2時を過ぎたところかな。
You get used to using a 24-hour clock when you work as a nurse. I only said it was just past 2 so Tsukushi could understand me too.
つくしちゃん、そろそろ検査の時間でしょ。
Oh yeah. Tsukushi was supposed to have an all-day blood sugar test today. The all-day blood sugar examination involves 7 blood tests, 1 before each meal and 2 hours later, then 1 before bed. There are also 5 urine tests administered throughout the day. By examining the changes in blood sugar throughout the day, you can determine if the patient has diabetes or other information that may help with their treatment. But a little girl like this, getting stuck with so many needles? How awful.
まだ遊びたいよ。
ダメだよ、つくしちゃん。今日は検査なんだから、ちゃんと検査受けなきゃ退院できないよ。つくしちゃんは早く退院して、お仕事から帰ってきたパパの肩を叩いてあげるんでしょ。
Tsukushi's eyes start tearing up. Miss Sakai is very gentle with her words, but arguing Tsukushi down like that leaves her with nowhere to go.
また遊んであげるから。そうだ、今度はつくしちゃんの好きなご本読んであげようか。
白雪姫がいい。白雪姫、読んでくれる？
お安いご用ですよ、お姫様。検査をしない悪い姫は、この悪い魔法使いのババが眠らせちまうよ。
Tsukushi gets right up.
しようがないな。さゆりお姉ちゃんを困らせたくないから、私、お部屋に戻るね。
Miss Sakai is really amazing. I can't believe she made Tsukushi so willing to do her exam.
あ、待って。
Miss Sakai grabs the cat ears from my head and puts them on Tsukushi's.
やっぱりパパの愛情かな。つくしちゃんが一番似合ってるよ。
当然でしょ。
She confidently spins around and ends it in a cute pose.
じゃあ、またね、看護さん。さゆりお姉ちゃん、約束忘れちゃダメだよ。
She waves at us and heads back down into the hospital. Now it's just Miss Sakai and I. The refreshing breeze feels so nice up here. I should probably say something, right? But what would I say?
子供っていいな。純粋で無邪気で。
I nod silently.
私、小児科のナースになるのがずっと夢だったんです。
I never expected to hear that. Sayuri seems like the kind of girl that would do well in any field.
そんな意外そうな顔しないで。
そんなことは。
いくら私でも子供相手に意地悪はしません。
I wasn't even thinking that. I just never expected Miss Sakai to be so kind in the presence of children. Actually, the only people she even says mean things to are me and Senpai. She's really nice, but she just doesn't know how to show it sometimes.
これは私の独り言で、あなたは立ち聞きしているだけ。
I was about to say something without realizing what she meant, but I stopped myself. She just wants me to listen to her. The expression on her face tells me that. So I follow my gut instincts and look up into the sky, waiting silently for her to speak.
去年、小児科に実習に行ったの。私の担当になった子は喘息児だったわ。ちょっと生意気な小学生の女の子だった。二人部屋の子だったの。で、相部屋の子が脳腫瘍の子。6歳児よ。脳の奥深くの難しい場所に腫瘍ができていて、手術しても 摘出できるかどうかだけでなく、手術室から戻ってくるのも厳しいという話だった。担当じゃなかったけど、担当幹事の相部屋だし、その脳腫瘍のことも喋ったの。お父さんが好きで、お母さんが好きで、可愛い弟がいて、それをね、すごく幸せそうに話すの。私にもすごく懐いてくれて、舌足らずに喋る、その喋り方が可愛い子だった。その喋り方はろれつ障害だったのかもしれないけど、ある日その子の手術が決まったの。看護師さんの話を聞いていた限りでは、そのまま脳腫瘍が大きくなるまで経過観察だと思ってたのに、難しい手術だってみんな分かってた。手術室に入れば生きて出られる可能性が低いことも十分にムンテラされたはず。それでも家族は手術同意書にサインをしたの。私は思ったわ。あの子は家族に見捨てられたんだって。
それでその子はどうなったの？
She smiles with such sadness in her eyes.
案の定術中死。ヘンゼルケアの住んだ霊安室で泣き崩れていたあの子の両親に向かって、私暴言を吐いたの。手術なんかしなければこの子はもっと長生きできたのにって。
I can feel the sadness ooze from her very being. I understand, Miss Sakai. It was unbearable for you to see such an innocent young girl go.
後で看護師さんに叱られたわ。子供を亡くして嘆いている人に言うべき言葉ではなかったって。
A gentle breeze blows by. I get the feeling that Miss Sakai is crying, so I take my eyes from her and look off into the horizon.
実習が終わって学校経由であの子のご両親から手紙をいただいたの。お礼の手紙だった。あの子と仲良くしてくれてありがとう。短い一生だったのに自分の立場を顧みず怒りをぶつけてくれた友達がいて嬉しい。手紙にはそんなことが書いてあったの。私はね、あの両親があの子を見捨てたんだって思ってたの。でも違ってたの。鎮痛剤が効いていたから知らなかったけれど、あの子腫瘍の痛みに耐えていて、ご両親は痛みに耐える我が子を見ていられなかった。
In pain for so long.
だから痛みを取ってやりたくて、たとえわずかな可能性しかなくてもその可能性にかけたのよ。結果は術中死。きっとご両親は自分たちを責めていたはず。そこへ私が暴言を吐いた。なのに怒るどころか、娘のために怒ってくれてありがとうなんて。
Right, so hurting that girl's parents is the weight Miss Sakai bears on her shoulders. Miss Sakai was hurt.
まだ6歳だった。あの子は何のためにこの世に生を受けたんだろう。そう思うとやりきれなかったけれど、ある日、違う、そうじゃないって思ったの。短い命だったかもしれないけれど、あの子は生まれてきて幸せだったはずだって。あの子は両親に愛されて、弟にも愛されて、入院先のスタッフにも愛されていた。人生が短くてもだからって不幸なわけじゃない。病気になってしまった子に罪はない。運が悪かっただけで誰が悪いわけでもない。だから私は考えたの。 小児科のナースになって子供たちの笑顔を守ってあげようって。助からない病気だったとしても生まれてきてよかったと思えるような最後の場所にしてあげようって。
I gently hold her in my arms. She shakes slightly, and it makes me realize what I'm doing. Why would I ever hold Miss Sakai in my arms?
同情してるつもりですか？
そんなんじゃないよ。でも抱きしめてあげたいってそう思ったの。
Miss Sakai gently pushes me away. I loosen my grip, and she takes a step away from me. Her cheeks are still bright red.
今の話はあなたが勝手に私の独り言を聞いただけですから。
Stubborn old Miss Sakai. I always knew she was nice deep down inside. She's so distraught by a patient's death. Maybe she only says all those mean things and looks at the world so angrily to protect herself from being hurt by being so nice.
最初からそういうことだったもんね。
I laugh inwardly. I want to know more about what Miss Sakai thinks and feels. I can't rush things, though. Miss Sakai needs to trust me more first.
白衣
I'm looking around the hospital ward for Ami because Senpai told me to go and ask her how many times she's gone to the bathroom, but she wasn't in her room. I draw up some courage and go into Miss Sakai's room, but she isn't there either. Maybe she's... Oh, it must be. I find her surrounded by children playing her fortiloo. It looks like the children got to her. I think the reason she was playing quietly was because of the children right near the fortiloo. When it's played at a normal volume, it's loud enough to make your ears hurt. They say it can cause hearing loss if you're around loud noises when you're a child, so maybe she's being careful. That's good of Ami. I clap to her when the performance has calmed down.
アミちゃん。あ、カオリンさん。わあ、鬼が来た。逃げろ。
Shut up, Hiro.
逃げろ。
The children shriek and run away as fast as they can. And what's this about a demon? I'm not a demon, you guys.
逃げなくてもいいじゃない。
It's just too much of a shock, and I let my thoughts slip out aloud. I look at Ami, who's startled. At first, I think she's wearing a wry smile on her face, but her expression is darker than that. Even though she was performing surrounded by the kids like that, maybe it wasn't fun for her.
どうかしたの？
I ask her gently.
子供たちに囲まれてちょっと疲れちゃったのかな。死神の音。
Excuse me? Ami looks at me like she might burst out crying right now.
主席さんがあんな風になったの私のせいなんです。私がいけなかったんです。みんなにお願いされて断れなくて、なるべく小さい音で演奏したけど、あの子たちに何かあったら私。カオリンさん、私を罰してください。 待って、何のことかわかんないよ。
What in the world happened? She looks so depressed.
アミちゃんが何に悩んでるのかわからないけど、主席さんは遅かれ早かれああなってたって主任さんが言ってたよ。肝臓がね、もうダメだったの。外科での治療を期待できるくらいにはダメージを軽減できてたってだけで、詳しく言うと長くなっちゃうから省略するけど、肝臓以上に血管がもう持たなかったの。だから大出血しちゃった。
Blood so much. Oh no, I made things even worse. I'm so stupid for reminding Ami about that horrific incident. She's still just a high schooler.
でも主席さんはね、自分がどうなるのか分かってたと思う。自業自得だって笑ってたって記録があったもん。それでもね、残される家族のために精一杯生きながらいようって考えたんじゃないかな。主席さんに演奏を聴かせてあげたの？
はい。
Ami hesitantly nods her head.
そっか。主席さんもきっとアミちゃんの演奏で前向きに頑張ろうって勇気をもらったと思うよ。
そんなこと。
そんなことあるよ。子供たちだってすごく楽しそうだったじゃない。私が来て邪魔しちゃったけど。本当は子供たちとみんなで一緒に聴きたかったな、アミちゃんのフォルテール。だってすごく素敵な音色だし、聴いてるとホッとするんだもの。
本当に？
ほんと、嘘は言わないよ。だって私、アミちゃんのフォルテール大好きだもの。
はい。
She stares at me with happy tears in her eyes.
主席さんのことは主席さんのこと、アミちゃんはアミちゃん。全く違うことなの。わかった？
そうですよね。病院っていろいろな人がいろいろな事情を抱えて入院してますものね。
そういうこと。だからアミちゃんは気にすることないの。ね。
I gently squeeze Ami's hand. It's freezing.
ほら、こんなに手が冷たくなってる。主任さんに見つかると叱られるよ。女の子が体を冷やすなんてって。さあ、一緒に行ってあげるから早く部屋に帰ろう。
叱られるならカオリンさんも一緒ですね。
もうしょうがないな。じゃあ一緒に叱られてあげる。
Ami isn't responding. I can see Ami's expression is still dismal. Mr. Shiseki's death truly had a strong impact on her. The problem is, I think Ami might care too much about what those around her think. She's still a high schooler, so she shouldn't have to be so concerned about others. As we return to the ward, I ask Ami the things Senpai asked me to and jot down notes. Senpai. It only makes sense to side with Senpai, doesn't it? I owe Senpai big time, and besides, Yamanouchi's tough. She'll be fine without my backup, right?
でも渚先輩との飲みはストレス発散になりますから。 事してたって集中力落ちるだけだし。だよね、看護師の仕事ってストレスたまるもんね。
My covering fire perks Senpai up.
ストレスたまる上にわけのわからないことの手伝いまでさせられて、沢井かわいそう。
It's great to see Senpai in high spirits again.
藤沢が人の趣味けなす。わけわからんっていう。
Yamanochi?
それに沢井まで人の趣味をキモいっていう。うちは孤独や。私キモいなんて言ってません。でも藤沢がけなした時、一緒になってけなしてたやんか。私だって山之内さんの趣味をけなしてませんってば。
ほんま？
ほんまほんま。理解は難しいけど、でも否定してるわけじゃないです。藤沢
Yamanochi pounces on Senpai, roping her into a hug.
藤沢、あんたもうちの可愛い後輩やで。チュする？チュしちゃう？いや、助けて沢井。そんなに嫌がらんでも傷つくわ。
Senpai bounds from Yamanochi's arms for distant safety, like a hare being hunted. She looks at me in tears.
私の唇は山之内さんの気まぐれで奪われるほど安いものじゃないです。はいはい。そりゃ悪うござんした。
Sometimes I can't tell if they're friends or enemies. Case in point, at some point the stink between them is cleared up. Does that mean I don't have to step in now? Well, if it means no one's getting into a fight, I can't complain.
渚先輩も夜勤でお疲れでしょ。早く休んだ方がいいですよ。沢井はいい子ね。その素直さを大事にしてね。
Senpai hurries over to hug me.
はいはい。見せつけんのはそこまでな。一人もんには目の毒やから。
Yamanochi peels me off of Senpai and pats me on the head.
ほら、コンビニ行くで。空腹も限界や。じゃあ、渚先輩、失礼します。ゆっくり休んでくださいね。うん。
Ask what she's after. Slowly open my eyes. My phone's ringing, but I don't want to answer it. I'll just leave it ringing. Okay, it stopped. There it goes again. It's ringing again. But I don't want to end up answering a silent call. I'll just keep letting it ring. Oh, it stopped. And there it goes again. Who could it be? I look at the name on my phone screen. A payphone. Let me not answer this. But it just keeps ringing. Alright, I'll answer it and hang up right away. That should do the trick. It started ringing again. This person doesn't know when to quit. What should I do? Is it from the hospital? Did someone call me from a payphone in the hospital? Okay, maybe I should answer the phone and hang up if it's a silent call.
もしもし。あなたね、電話にくらい出なさいよ。
That voice. Miss Sakai?
酒井さん。酒井さんじゃない。しかもあなた無断欠勤なんですって。ふざけるんじゃないわよ。ちゃんと勉強もしてるみたいだし、せっかく最近見直して。それはともかく。甘えたことしてんじゃないわよ。あなた仕事を何だと思ってるの？言ってごらんなさい。私が聞いてあげるから。
I'm caught completely flat-footed by her barrage. Yet, the fact that Miss Sakai's worried about me, the fact that I can feel her awkward kindness and her harsh words fills my heart. Maybe I can tell Miss Sakai. I know that a nurse really shouldn't talk about her personal life with the patient, but Miss Sakai's calling me as a friend now, isn't she? So I can open up my heart to her as a friend, can't I?
私、殺されるかもしれない。殺される？それで？
She listens to me without laughing me off. I feel a bit relieved.
ね、うまく言えないけど、昔の交通事故の時、私を引き殺そうとした人がいたの。最近、その人から無言電話がかかってくるようになって、それで怖くて無断欠勤したの？だって時々院内でも見かけるんだもの。あんたバカじゃないの？
She slices right into me. She's not having it.
死にそうな事故にあったのなんて何年も昔の過去のことでしょ？あなた今いくつなの？あなたは今生きていて病気にもかかってないんでしょ？なら死なないよう努力ができるはずよ。第一そんな不安があるなら警察なり上司なりに相談をすればいいじゃない。もちろん相談の上なんでしょうね。
I haven't talked to anyone about this. I hadn't even thought of it.
あなたのことだからどうせ何もしてないんでしょうね。というか思いつきもしなかったんでしょう。
She sees right through me.
あなたってそういうところすっごく抜けてるんですよね。
Oof.
ですね。沢井さんはいい人すぎてご存知ないかもしれないけれど、迷惑電話は犯罪なの。業務に支障が出る迷惑電話には威力業務妨害罪って罪になるんです。沢井さんの場合は個人だし、実際にノイローゼになってるから傷害罪ね。傷害罪。書類揃えて出るとこ出れば犯人も見つけてもらえるし、裁判に持ち込んでも勝てるはずよ。それにはまず主任さんに相談して診断書を取ればいいんじゃない？あなたがそうやって行動して周囲も動いてるのを知れば迷惑電話はかかってこなくなるはずだわ。
Her words make my eyes shoot open.
もしあなたの言うあなたを殺そうとし
かつてあなたを跳ねた人だったと仮定して、もしその人だったのなら、その人はすでに刑事罰を受けているんでしょ。リスクを恐れてきっと消えるわね。別の人であれば警察と病院のスタッフが協力して犯罪を未然に防げるはずでしょ。法的手段を取られたら最後、実刑を食らう可能性が大きいと分かっていて、危ない橋を渡ろうとする人もいないでしょうしね。
She's right. The person who tried to kill me with the car should have been in prison until now. And if he came out and started stalking me to get revenge, then I should get the chief and the rest of the hospital staff on my side to help stop him from committing another crime.
そうか。ありがとう、酒井さん。
別にお礼を言われるようなことじゃないわ。現代社会を生きるには知っておいて当たり前の常識でしょ。それに、あなたに嫌味を言うのが私の唯一の楽しみなの。退屈な入院生活の楽しみを奪わないで。
Boy, Miss Sakai sure has an acid tongue. Being mean to me is her only pleasure in life. Well, I do know that she doesn't mean that, though. Because I know that she's really nice. And when I think of that, I can't help but smile a little.
ありがとう、酒井さん。
お礼を言われるようなことではないとさっきも言いましたよね、私。人の言葉聞いてないんですか？その耳は飾りですか？ああ、耳ではなくて理解力の問題ですか？
Ugh, she really doesn't let up. I mean, I know she doesn't mean it, but it still hurts.
あなたの理解力でも理解できるように私は噛み砕いて説明しました。だから理解できていてもいなくても明日はちゃんと出勤してきてくださいね。それが誠意というものでしょ。
She hung up. Still, her pep talk really cheered me up. She hit me pretty hard and damaged my pride, but I was the one at fault.
さてと。
The first thing I need to do is call the ward, apologize to the chief for skipping out, and explain what's going on. She might not forgive me, but it is what it is. I'll need to put my hours in, be good about work, and win her acknowledgement bit by bit. All I can do is make up for my mistakes myself. Even so, she worried about me and gave me a phone call. And that makes me really happy. Even though she was mean and sarcastic in the end. But since she gave me a call, shouldn't I take that as her finally opening her heart? It's really hard to show my face in front of her, but I've gotta say thanks.
どうぞ。
失礼します。昨日はありがとう。それから心配をかけてごめんなさい。
昨日も電話で言ったけれど、私はあなたの心配なんてしていないわ。勝手に誤解しないで。言ったでしょ。あなたは退屈な入院生活の暇つぶしなの。いなくなってもらっては困る。それだけよ。
She sure hasn't changed. But on the other hand, that's kind of relieving. It makes me really realize I'm talking to Miss Sakai again. That's when I notice the blackened scar on Miss Sakai's arm. Internal bleeding. I take a closer look to see faint petechia around it too. I think of how painful those tiny spots of bleeding look as I stare at her arm. Noticing my eyes on her, she quickly hides her arm under her covers.
隠さなくてもいいのに。
She frowns and glares at me. Did I say something offensive?
あなたの手を出して。
No, you're gonna bite me.
そうね。右手がいいわね。右手を出して。
No. With no real idea what's going on, I hold out my right hand for her. And when I do, she grabs my wrist. I try to pull it back, but she has me in her iron grip. How can she be so strong for someone so sick?
痛いよ。
Misakai doesn't let go. In fact, she tugs even harder. I lose my balance and collapse into her bed. All I can barely manage to do is make sure I don't collapse directly onto her. Suddenly, a sharp pain runs down my arm. I look over to see that Misakai's bitten into it. Fresh red blood spills from her mouth. No, from the wound on my arm. Wait, what? What just happened? I'm stunned as she pulls her lips away. I look down at the fresh teeth marks in my arm. Blood gushes from the broken skin.
あなたにも恥ずかしい傷をつけてやったわ。歯型なんて、そんな無様なものを晒して仕事なんてできないわよね。
She laughs mockingly at me. Her mouth is red with blood. My blood.
これでチャラにしてあげる。あなたの血をすすることで私の病気が治ればいいのに。
Did she just say something? I don't understand what she did or what she said.
で、そこの看護師さん、他に用事はないんですか？
When she asked me that cold question, I somehow get back to my senses.
今は特にないです。
そう。だったらこんなところに長居せず、とっとと仕事に戻ったらどうなんですか？
そうだね。
I bow my head. I'm really confused. I'm confused, but I've got to get back to work. I don't know what Miss Sakai meant by what she said or did, but I do know that I'm a nurse and that I'm on the clock.
今回のことは本当にご迷惑をおかけしました。
I look up and try smiling at Miss Sakai, trying to communicate that I'm fine now. The bite on my arm really hurts, and the blood is definitely going to drip off my fingers, but it doesn't hurt so much I can't smile.
何かあったらナースコールで呼んでくださいね。じゃあまた。
I don't understand why she bites her. I don't... Oh, you see this scar I have? Oh, I'm gonna bite you. What?
おむつはトイレの中のおむつバケツに入れて、使用済みゴム手はおむつバケツの隣の不燃物バケツに。さーて、記録っと。戻りました。
Huh? The chief's got a bit of a frown. I wonder if something happened. Well, that aside, time to take care of these reports.
沢井さん、手洗い。何をしたのか知らないけれど、手にゴム手のパウダーがついているわよ。
Oh, come to think of it, I hadn't washed my hands.
処置をしたり、患者さんに触れたりした後は、必ず感染予防の手洗いをするのは看護師の常識よ。院内感染を起こしたらどう責任を取るつもり？
Spread throughout the ward.
すみません。
I rush to wash my hands. I helped out with a diaper change since I had already been there on a call, but the patient could move mostly by himself, so all I did was dispose of the soiled diaper. So my hands weren't dirty, and I probably unconsciously figured I didn't have to wash them. But I've got to be good about washing them up, don't I? I never experienced one, but I hear hospital infections can be really brutal once they get going. Which means a nurse seriously can't afford to cause one of them. Oh, the nurse call's ringing. Hold on, let me wipe my hands down first. Huh?
はい。はい。伺います。
The chief answered the nurse call. I'm new and can't do much, so I wanted to at least take all the calls.
沢井さん、今のコール、酒井さんからだったんだけど。
はい。じゃあ点滴の交換の時間も近いのでついでにやってきますね。
いえ、あなたはいいわ。私が行ってくるから。
はい。
記録あるんでしょ？あなたは記録を書いていなさい。
あ、はい。
I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'm glad the chief will go for me. I can let her handle it, right? This is the chief we're talking about, so the chances of trouble are a lot less than if I'd gone. Which isn't to say that it's nothing but trouble if I go myself. Why am I depressing myself like this? Oh, the chief's back. She's still got that downcast look on her face. I wonder what's wrong.
へい、戻りました。って、あれま、主任ったら眉間にシワが老け顔になってしまいますよ。僕ははいはい、皆さん、主任さんがイラついてるから日勤さんはさっさと集まってください。
Why are the day shifters assembling again? And I'm a little curious about how awfully close they seem. I mean, Yamanoshi figured out what the chief wanted just by looking at her expression and got the day shift nurses together.
皆さんに集まっていただいたのは、酒井さんの情報を速やかに共有するためです。データを見ればわかると思いますが、酒井さんの病状があまり思わしくありません。
Her condition, does she mean that the treatment of her aplastic anemia isn't going as well as we expected?
現在、タンパク同化ステロイド療法を施行中ですが、赤血球値は少し改善したものの、期待していたほどの改善はしていません。
Hasn't been as much as we hoped. So, aplastic anemia is a disease where your bone marrow's ability to create blood is reduced. To counteract that, anabolic steroid treatment employs the use of steroids to promote bone marrow to increase red blood cells.
この治療法が奏功しなかった場合、次の選択肢は免疫抑制療法や骨髄移植。けれど、この病院では設備がありません。
Fortunately, we don't have the equipment for either in this hospital.
次のステージに進むまでまだ時間はあるけれど、さっき本人に話をしてきました。
Oh! That's why the chief went to change Miss Sakai's IV bottle instead of me. She wanted to talk to her.
病状については正直に全て本人に話すことが酒井さんの入院時からの希望だったけれど、さすがにショックだったようです。ナーバスになっていることが予想されるので、皆さんのフォローをお願いします。
そりゃナーバスにもなるやろ。何考えてんねん、主任。
特に沢井さん、売り言葉に買い言葉で酒井さんを刺激しないように注意してください。
If anyone's biting anyone, she's gonna bite me, okay?
はい、注意します。
She gave me a warning by name. I've really gotta make sure I'm on my guard then. I can't make any careless moves. It's about time to change Miss Sakai's IV bottle. I pick up a prepared bottle for the workbench. Miss Sakai, what's on your mind as you lay in your room all alone? Oops. Come back. Help. Ah, dang it. Sorry. Should I speak to you? I try to think about it, but I can't come to a conclusion. But I know that I'm not wrong to be worried about her. If only she'd understand that I care.
どうぞ。
失礼します。
Miss Sakai is quietly reading a book in bed.
点滴の交換しますね。
どうぞ。
What should I do? Talk to her about something? Or just keep quiet, change her bottle, and get going? I can't make up my mind. Huh?
緊張しすぎ。ガチガチじゃないですか。
だって。
I look at Miss Sakai to see her looking at me, book closed, with a bit of a grimace on. I've never seen her make that face.
次の選択肢は免疫抑制療法か骨髄移植ですって。面倒よね。
A bother? You know, I can see that. If I were Miss Sakai and had to suffer complication after complication, I'd probably think all this treatment was annoying, even though my life was on the line.
治療の難しさは分かってるつもりだったし、こうなることは覚悟していたけれど、実際こんな風に現実を目の前に突きつけられるとショックなものね。
酒井さん。
What should I say to her? How can I lighten her mood? What can I do for her?
いい君だって思うでしょ。よかったわね。あなたに嫌味を言う人間がもうすぐ消えるのよ。せいせいするって思わない？
It takes me a while to realize what she just said to me. But the moment I comprehend it, I feel her words stab deep into my heart.
どうしてよ。
Before I know it, I slam the empty IV bottle I've just switched out onto Miss Sakai's bed.
どうしてあなたは。
My chest burns. My chest, my heart, it hurts so much I can't breathe.
どうしてそんなこと言うの。どうしてもっと自分を大事にしないの。
My heart burns and aches when I see Miss Sakai putting on a tough act, so I hug her tight.
私、一言でもあなたのことが嫌いだなんて言ってないよね。だって私、酒井さんのこと嫌いじゃないもの。酒井さんはどう思ってるのか知らないけど。
Tears start coming out.
話して。
She squirms in my grasp, but I'm not going to let go of her. Never.
私は嫌だよ。酒井さんがいなくなるなんて。元気になって退院するならいいけど、病気が悪くなっていなくなるなんて、そんなの嫌だよ。
嫌だなんて。ここは病院でしょ。死ぬ人は死ぬのよ。
そんなの分かってる。でも、嫌だね。私に何かできることはない？酒井さんのために何かしてあげられることはない？
Her cheeks go red.
とりあえず話してください。苦しいです。
That's when I realize just how tightly I'm holding Miss Sakai. I quickly pull my arms off of her.
それから泣くのをやめてください。私が意地悪なことを言って泣かせた涙なら別にいいんですけど、そうやって言いこぶられた涙は苦手です。
She softly pushes me away. I let her thin arms push me away and whisper that. Miss Sakai hasn't changed, but I have the feeling I can see a hint of her true self under her desperate strong front. With her face still turned away, she lowers her gaze.
あなたは残酷な人ですね。
I couldn't hear what she said. When I look at her with questioning eyes, she squirms about a bit uncomfortably, then looks at me with a sigh. With that slightly mean look she always has.
私の病気を知っていてなお生きろと言うなんて。死ぬ方が、死んだ方が楽な病気もあるのに、それでもあなたは生きろと言うんですね。残酷にも。
I gulp. Cruel. Am I cruel? I bite my lips and gaze at Miss Sakai. You know, she might be right. But still.
酒井さんに生きてほしい。私はそう思うよ。治療がどんなに辛くても治る可能性があるのなら、生きるために、生き延びるために、その治療を受けてほしいって思う。
Miss Sakai closes the book on her lap and lies down in bed, turning her back to me.
偽善者。
Her word presses deep down in my heart. Down hard on my heart. She didn't seem like she would say anything more to me, so I bowed my head and left the room. A hypocrite, huh? I have to write my report, but I can't move my pen an inch.
あなたは残酷な人ですね。
I hear Miss Sakai's words in my mind over and over again.
私の病気を知っていてなお生きろと言うなんて。死ぬ方が、死んだ方が楽な病気もあるのに、それでもあなたは生きろと言うんですね。残酷にも。偽善者。
She's probably right. I might be a hypocrite. I don't know what I should do for her. I don't even know what I can do. Still, I don't want to think about her disappearing. Even if it's part of the job, I don't even want to consider it. I let out a sigh. Then someone puts a paper cup in front of me. It's a urine sample cup. There's a liquid that appears to be a thin yellow or green inside steaming away.
少し気分転換をすれば記録も書けるようになるかもしれないわね。
The urine sample cup is filled with tea? I'm glad the chief is being so considerate, but
原尿カップにお茶はちょっと嫌な感じですね。
my mind knows that it's tea, but judging from how it looks, I hesitate to pick it up.
看護師という職業を続けていると、そんなことは気にならなくなるわ。
I don't know about that, Chief. She's all smiles, and I can't help smiling a little too. The chief has to know. She has to know the answer to my troubles.
主任さん。何かしら。私、偽善者なんでしょうか。
The chief looks at me with a bit of surprise.
酒井さんにそう言われたの？
With pen still in hand, I just nod without reaching for my tea.
そう。酒井さんにはあなたが偽善者に見えるのかもしれないわね。けれど、酒井さんはあなたを偽善者だと言いたかっただけ。それだけなのかもしれないわよ。
The slightly different nuance rings a bell in the back of my mind. That sparks an idea that gradually takes form. Come to think of it, Miss Sakai just might not actually think I'm a hypocrite. It might just be that by calling me a hypocrite, by making me the villain, she put her mind at ease. Though, whatever her reason, the reality is still that she called me a hypocrite. But the reality is also that I don't know what she's actually thinking. Because if there's anything Miss Sakai isn't, it's straightforward. Do I just not want to understand her enough?
主任さん、私は酒井さんに何をしてあげられるんでしょうか。
She smiles a little, and then... She actually flicked my forehead.
藤沢さんを見習ってやってみたの。意外と新人指導に使えるのね。デコピンって。主任さん？
Oh, my forehead hurts.
そうやってズルをしようとしてはいけないわ。悩んで悩み抜いて自分の頭で考えてから答えを出しなさい。誰かに聞くことで得た答えはあなたの出した答えではないのよ。
That seems to be the end of the conversation, and the chief sits at her desk. She pulls out a paper and starts writing as usual. An answer I hear from someone else wouldn't be my answer. I think I understand what the chief wanted to say. I turn back to my report. It's still completely blank.
患者さんに何をしてあげられるかではなく、どうしたいのか、どうなりたいのかをしっかり考えなさい。
I look up when I hear the chief's words. The chief is writing up her papers, of course. I watch her back, its silence seeming to say I'd imagine what she just said. What do I want to do? What do I want to become? What do I want to become? Even back in my room, I just don't get it. I pull out the notebook I'd put together about aplastic anemia and give it another read. Anabolic steroid treatment didn't have much of an effect on Miss Sakai, meaning her next choice is either immunosuppressive therapy or a bone marrow transplant. Immunosuppressive therapy survival rate has increased but leaves damage in the bone marrow. Though the patient will be able to live longer, that leads to more complications. They'll be vulnerable to bone marrow diseases and leukemia, which means that performing the treatment on a young patient would put them at greater risk of coming down with another disease when they grow older. That's why when anabolic steroid treatment fails the young person with aplastic anemia, the first choice for their next step is a bone marrow transplant, rather than immunosuppressive therapy. The problem is...
骨髄移植は難しいのよね。
When I mumble that, the realization hits me. The biggest issue with bone marrow transplants is the dearth of donors, which means that
私
bone marrow donation. I quickly flipped through my notebook. I studied about bone marrow transplants with the chief.
あった、ここだ。
I knew it. If a person has the same HLA type, white blood cell type, as the patient, they can donate bone marrow.
でも
Even if I registered as a donor, if my HLA doesn't match with Miss Sakai's, I can't offer my marrow. And if my these letters HLA matches with someone else who's in trouble, I can give them my marrow. I don't have to give it up, but the person who ends up rejected will have to grapple with crushing disappointment as they wait for the next HLA match. And if I end up donating my marrow to Miss Sakai or anyone else, I'll end up taking a week off work. What do I do? Should I register as a donor? Yes. My heart thumps. I gotta calm down. I haven't figured out if I can even donate my marrow to Miss Sakai yet. And there's not much a novice nurse like myself can do anyway. So I want to do what I can. And if my bone marrow ends up useful to someone, I'm fine with that. And even if it isn't useful to anyone, that's fine too. I'm sure Miss Sakai will say I'm just doing this to satisfy myself, but I want to register as a donor, and I'm fine with that.
あれ、ドナー登録なんてどうやればいいのかな。
I flipped through a few pages of my notebook, but that isn't written anywhere. And I don't actually have any memory of writing it.
よし、主任さんに聞いてみよう。
When in doubt, ask the chief. I'm sure she'll give me a bit of a look, but I know she'll understand.
白衣性恋愛症候群リセラピー
There's a little adhesive strip on my inner elbow. It's a mark of honor I'm proud of.
ドナー登録してきちゃった。
Last night, I wasted no time in calling the chief after I decided to become a donor. The chief sounded surprised, but she went out of her way to look it up and call me back. Luckily, the blood donation center in Kanakura also took marrow donor registrations. Wanting to get things done as soon as possible, I registered today since it's my day off. After I filled out a form in the blood donation center, they took a bit of a blood sample. Only 2 milliliters. I couldn't believe it was so little. I'm a little underwhelmed, but I finished my registration and I guess I'll head home. Oh, but before that... I get back to my room and put my stuff down. Then I check tomorrow's shift sheet. Oh, I'm on day shift tomorrow. I better make sure I don't oversleep. I check the time to see it's already 7.
さて。
I think it's about time. I go out into the hall with my paper bag. I wonder if she'll like it.
はい。
The chief looks surprised to see me when she opens the door. I'm glad she wasn't on overtime today.
どうしたの？何かわからないことでもあるの？
いえ、そういうわけじゃないんですけど。
I offer her the paper bag.
ちょっと前に約束したじゃないですか。
ん？
今度、金倉へ出た時には、美味しいパンを買ってくるって。
It looks like she remembered. The slight confusion on her face transforms into joy as she smiles.
あんな約束にもなってない約束、守らなくてもよかったのに。
そうはいきません。約束は約束ですから。
わざわざ買いに行ってくれたの？ありがとう。
私が今日金倉へ行ってきたのは、パンを買うためじゃないですよ。
The chief's eyes go wide.
あなた、もしかしてもう登録してきたの？
はい、善は急げって言うじゃないですか。
She's so surprised. And of course she would be. I didn't think I had it in me to act this fast either.
じゃあ、主任さん、このパン食べてくださいね。
Right when I turn around to leave though, she grabs my arm.
主任さん？
一人で食べるなんて味気ないわ。あなたさえよかったら一緒にどう？
Her cheeks are rosy. It's such a rare expression. So even the chief can make faces like this. When I consider that I might have gotten her blushing like that, well, I can't help but smile a bit to myself.
はい。じゃあ、ご一緒させていただきます。
The chief's room. It's filled with random piles of stuff as usual. I feel like it hasn't changed much since I cleaned it a while back. But at least it hasn't gotten worse. Yeah, let's look on the bright side.
どうぞ。
She comes out from the back with a cup in her hands. It emits the gentle scent of tea. But I can't let myself be fooled. That awfully stimulating taste revives itself in my tongue. But I can't just not drink it, not when she's offering it to me like this. I take a deep breath, quiet so that she can't hear it, and timidly bring the cup to my mouth. It delivers a numbing sting to my tongue. This isn't something I can take a gulp of. No, this is venom in the guise of tea. I'll die if I drink it.
主任さん、これ何ですか？
何って紅茶？
She tilts her head with a smile. The way she cutely puts it in question form puts me in a bit of a loss.
主任さん、紅茶の入れ方ってご存知です？
入れ方って？急須にお茶っ葉入れてお湯を注ぐだけでしょ？
I can't believe my ears. A teapot.
主任さん、緑茶じゃなくて紅茶ですよ。急須って何ですか？急須って。
お茶ならどれも似たようなものでしょ？ただの色違いなだけで。
Wait, that's how she sees it?
紅茶を入れるなら専用のポットを使った方がいいですよ。
工房筆を選ばずって言うじゃない。
いやいやいや。
It really doesn't. And the chief isn't even using her tools properly. She's got this totally wrong.
ちょっと見せていただいていいですか？
どうぞ。
I head for the chief's kitchen. Her teapot's small, just large enough for it to make tea for one. I muster up my courage and open the lid. I snap back. About half the teapot is occupied by thin, engorged tea leaves that are pitch black.
主任さん、この茶葉、一体どれくらい入れたんですか？
All of them.
どれくらいって、お茶っ葉を茶缶の蓋半分。
入れすぎです。
So that's why it tasted so strong. And these are broken leaves, too, the type you want to extract really quickly. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Am I going to have to drink this kind of unhealthy tea every time I come here? This waste of perfectly good tea leaves? I just can't endure that. I've got to teach her how to make good black tea for the sake of my future self, too. But there's no guarantee that she'll understand me if I just go on about the intricacies about tea brewing. And come to think of it, is she just bad at housework in general? Or a better way to put it would probably be that she could pull it off, but she's just not interested in it at all.
簡単に言うと、茶葉は一人分 3g 程度でいいんですよ。
そんなに少ないの？
緑茶と紅茶は違うんです。で、蒸らし時間も 2、3 分で、ものによっては5分くらい待ってから入れるといいんですけど、この茶葉は早く飲めるように細かくしてあるので 1、2 分も待てば飲めますよ。
I take a glance at the chief to see that her face is completely pale.
主任さん？
私の入れ方はダメだったのね。
Oh no, I made her all depressed. I've got to cheer her up somehow.
じゃあ私入れ直しますね。主任さんはそこで見ててくださいね。
When I'm about to pick up the teapot to wash it off, the chief cries out. I freeze.
何ですか？
お茶っ葉捨てちゃうの？
捨てますよ。これはもう使えませんから。
She looks like she wants to say something. I don't really know what she's on about, so I'll keep going.
茶葉の量ですけど、急須が大きくないので、茶葉は 3g くらいで。
2人分なのに？
ポットが大きければ分量通りでよかったんですけどね。でもポットが小さいと比例して少ないお湯の量しか入れられないから、その分茶葉を少なくするんです。おかわりが欲しければまた入れ直せばいいだけの話ですから。
She looks a little dissatisfied with that. I wonder what's eating her. She's looking hard at the tea leaves and straining over the sink. She looks at them like you look at someone throwing away a perfectly good cake, and that's when it hits me. The chief really hates throwing things away. She's probably the type who thinks it would be a waste to throw anything out. And that's a little cute. Though it's probably a little weird to call a woman older than me cute, especially one who's so competent on the job.
で、急須にお湯を入れます。後で急須を回すので、お湯を入れすぎちゃダメですよ。こぼれちゃうから？そうです。お湯の中で茶葉をジャンピングさせるのがミソなんですよ。そしてカップに入れる直前にしっかり急須を回してジャンピングさせるともっと美味しくなるんですよ。
That's when I noticed that the chief is jotting down notes. This really isn't something to take notes on.
で、待ち時間はとりあえず1分半で。1分半。主任さんはどんな紅茶が好きなんですか？どんなってどういう意味？濃いとか薄いとか、あとフレーバーとか。
The chief looks like she takes a moment to think. Even the chief's little movements seem different when she doesn't have her nurse's uniform on.
何でもいいわ。飲めるなら。
I shouldn't have asked. She really doesn't care about this kind of stuff at all.
そろそろ1分ですね。急須を大きく円を描くように回して、中の茶葉をお湯の中で元気に泳がせるように。で、カップに少し注ぎます。味見してくださいます？おいしい。じゃあ全部入れちゃいましょう。ここで味が薄いと思ったらもう少し蒸らせばいいんですよ。なるほど。
She's still jotting this down. Well, at the end of the day, as long as she doesn't serve me any more of that fatal tea. We enjoyed our tea and bread. I left since it had gotten a bit late, but... Oh no! I can't eat the dinner I bought after that tea and bread. Oh no!
恋愛症候群リセラピー。
It's been 4 days since Miss Sakai was removed from my care. I haven't been assigned any patients, so I tend to miscellaneous tasks. The chief warned me that I get too deeply involved with individual patients. She said I'll be assigned patients once I learn to see the big picture. My preceptorship with Senpai is still in place, so I often check in with her patients, but they aren't my responsibility. It's never occurred to me that being patientless would be so alienating. Sigh. I'm hopeless. How many times have I sighed now? The thrill of a nurse call brings me to my senses. I check to find it's from Miss Sakai. Yamanouchi assumes responsibility for the majority of Miss Sakai's care now. But she's not in the nurse's station at the moment. It's not fair to keep Miss Sakai waiting. I'll sub in for Yamanouchi until she gets back. I pluck out the receiver.
はい、どうされました？
Odd. Is it me or does Miss Sakai sound torn?
酒井さん、どうかしたの？
あなた、沢井さん。
はい、そうですけど。
じゃあいいです。
The line goes dead. What was that about? I flipped through Miss Sakai's file just to be safe. The doctor's instructions have expanded since I was in charge. Recuperation level, standard bed rest. That's a prescription for staying in bed outside of trips to the bathroom. Our hospital rooms are outfitted sinks, but toilets and bathrooms are standalone. But a portable toilet should be set up in Miss Sakai's room as a countermeasure. In other words, Miss Sakai has no reason and no way to leave her room without a nurse's permission. She's also been slapped with a no visitors stipulation. Even Ami, who's close to her in age, and Tsukushi, who's close to her generally, are prohibited from entering Miss Sakai's room. The upshot is only staff can enter her room.
酒井さん。
I feel terrible for her. Knowing it's part of her treatment doesn't make the isolation bearable. I glance over the nursing report. It's filled in with Yamanouchi's day shift notes and a smattering of observations from the night shift nurse. It paints the impression that Miss Sakai was staunchly opposed to the portable toilet. The attached transcript shows that Yamanouchi and the attending physician managed to talk Miss Sakai around, but with a catch. Namely that Miss Sakai would use the portable toilet at night, but call the nurse to escort her to the bathroom during the day.
それって。
It hits me. So just now, Miss Sakai was calling about... I dash out into the hallway. Miss Sakai? I peek into the bathroom just in time to catch Miss Sakai drying her hands.
酒井さん、ベッド上安静じゃ。
She looks away. She left her room alone in defiance of the doctor's orders?
早く部屋に戻りましょう。
あなたの手なんか借りなくても一人で戻れるわ。
でもスタッフがついた上でのトイレ歩行じゃないとダメでしょ。
分かってるわ、そんなこと。でもあなたの手は借りたくないの。
好き嫌いはしないで。私だってここのスタッフなんだから。
I clutch Miss Sakai's hand. She violently throws off my grip.
触らないで。
Just then, Miss Sakai's body lurches to the side. By the time I process what's happening, it's too late.
酒井さん。
The chief's sitting in front of me. She sighs. She's probably lost on where to start lecturing me. Miss Sakai's actual nurse, Yamanouchi, springs into the room and takes a seat next to the chief.
迷惑かけてすみませんでした。
あなたはもう酒井さんの担当じゃないの。コールがあったのならすぐに山之内さんを呼びなさい。
That was the plan. It was the plan until...
まあまあ主任、今回のことは勝手に安静度を無視したあのわがまま娘が悪いねんから。
山之内さん、仮にも相手は患者さんですよ。
わがままやからわがままって言うてるんです。それが何か？
The chief sighs again.
とりあえず事故は事故よ。転倒したせいで酒井さんの肩から背中にかけて巨大な内出血斑が形成されているの。幸いにも骨折はなかったけれど、今後内出血斑は拡大する可能性もあります。今までより要観察でお願いします。
ああ、わかりました。要は主任は上に提出するインシデントレポートが欲しいんですよね。後で沢井から事情聴取して、私が私の名前で 今日中に提出します。それでいいでしょうか。
山之内さん。
ほな、そういうわけで仕事残ってるんで失礼します。
Yamanochi bounces onto her feet and out of the room. She said her piece. How do I make this right? A wedge has been driven between the chief and Yamanochi because I stuck my head where it didn't belong.
山之内さんの言う通り、今回は沢井さんが悪いわけではないの。でもね、ベッド上安静を指示された時点で、そしてポータブルトイレ設置を拒否された挙句、看護側が折れた時点でこうなることは予想されたわ。だから今回の件はそれを予想しきれず、万が一のための対策を立てられなかった私たち看護師のミスよ。ミスである以上、インシデントレポートは提出しなければいけない。分かってくれるわね。
In the end, Miss Sakai is strictly forbidden from leaving her room. And to prevent additional internal bleeding restrictions are placed on her movement, she is fitted with a urethric balloon catheter. It can instigate spontaneous urination by balloon, but for anything heavier, she has to use the portable toilet, which she positively hates. Despite the chief and Yamanochi reassuring me that this isn't my fault, I feel immensely guilty towards Miss Sakai. I can't see the textbook in front of me, but Miss Sakai stuck in my mind. She must feel like she's hit rock bottom. With her condition, Miss Sakai should lean on others for help. What can I do to help? How can I get Miss Sakai to open up to me? It's not wrong of me to look out for Miss Sakai even though she's not my responsibility anymore, is it?
白衣性恋愛症候群リセラピー。
It's been a day since Miss Sakai collapsed. I can see the friction between the chief and Yamanochi deepening from the sidelines. It seems Yamanochi isn't exactly enthralled with Miss Sakai to begin with. The fact that she takes every chance to call her Miss Me makes that obvious. I spotted the chief scolding Yamanochi several times over that. Yamanochi is nursing Miss Sakai in her own way. I heard the chief inform Miss Sakai directly about her deteriorating condition, which made her nervous. It didn't go down well with Yamanochi, the acting nurse. Miss Sakai's collapsing episode is the last straw. Yamanochi has been making her disapproval for the chief openly known since.
雰囲気悪。
The friction, or should I say open hostility between them has infected the internal medicine ward, making it a toxic place to work.
渚先輩、ちょっといいですか？どうしたの？
Senpai looks up from her records. I can see the chief over her shoulder, her back to us, writing a form. Talking here would be totally awkward. And things are already awkward.
ちょっと来てください。何よ。ちょっと沢井、どこまで連れて行くのよ。もうちょっと。
This should be far enough, right?
なんなのよ沢井、こんなところに連れてきて。私まだ記録の途中なのよ。主任さんと山之内さんのことなんですけど。ああ、そのことね。たまたま今回の引き金に沢井が関わってただけでしょ。沢井が気にすることじゃないんじゃない？それはそうかもしれないんですけど。
I can't get it out of my mind. I look up to the chief, and Yamanochi's like a dependable big sister to me. I respect them both, so the last thing I want is for them to fight. I want them to get along.
それにね、沢井の件がなくてもどうせ喧嘩してたわよ、あの二人なら。そうなんですか？看護官が違うでしょ。それに性格も全然違う。主任は一見クールだけど、実は情に流されやすくて意外と優しい。一方の山之内さんは一見とっつきやすいけど、実はかなりいろいろ計算してる。患者さんへの対応にしても二人して全然違う。主任は言うことは言うけど、私生活を犠牲にしてでも自分の発言の責任はきっちり取る。山之内さんは自分に責任が発生しないよう上手に患者さんをコントロールしながら看護してるように見える。
Now that she mentions it, they work in the same hospital and ward, but they're strikingly different personalities with drastically different outlooks on nursing. It's only natural they'd have differences of opinion and get up in each other's faces the way they do.
それにね、二人とも私たちより年上の大人なのよ。その大人が勤務場所の雰囲気を悪くしてまで喧嘩してるんだもん。私たちの出る幕なくない？それはそうですけど。
I understand where Senpai's coming from, but it bothers me. I can't just turn a blind eye.
私、沢井のそういう優しいところ結構好きだけど、でもしんどくならないか心配。沢井はどう思うかわかんないけど、少なくとも私はあの二人に口出しなんてできないし、口出しができないから仲裁なんて夢のまた夢よ。
Senpai might be right. It's not our place to interfere, right? What Senpai says makes sense, but
山之内さん、トシルさんの検査結果、もうカルテに貼ってあります。そう、ありがとう。
You can feel the awkwardness in the air. I get the impression that Yamanouchi's resentment towards the chief is one-sided. I know it's not my place to interfere, but I can't sit around on my hands. That said,
ったくどいつもこいつも。
they're so unapproachable. They might be unapproachable, but if I don't strike up a conversation, there's no hope of getting them to come to terms. So who should I start with? The chief. I should start with the chief. Who else? I mean...
わざとらしいため息やな。
Yamanouchi's an 11 out of 10 on the bad mood scale. Forget being difficult to approach, she's borderline impossible. By process of elimination, that leaves the chief. Is it just me and the chief of the nurses station right now? This is it, sink or swim.
主任さん。
Chill, Cowdy, you got this. If I don't get a handle on myself, the chief will be weirded out.
何かしら、沢井さん。
Girl, please. I can't talk straight.
うまく言えないんですけど。
The chief smiled, but she looks like she's been put on the spot. Am I making things difficult for her?
で、沢井さんが心配しているようだけれど、山之内さんはどう思う？
What? Yamanouchi?
あちゃー、新人なんぞに心配されるなんて、うちもまだまだやな。
What? A wild Yamanochi appears from the break room. She was there the whole time?
悪いな、心配かけて。うち主任さんの包容力に甘えて拗ねてただけやねん。せやからあんたは気にすることやないで。
Yamanochi pats me on the head. What? What? She was just sulking?
私も山之内さんに悪いなって思ってたから何も言わなかったの。ごめんなさいね、沢井さん。はい。
I'm not sure I get it, but does this mean that they weren't fighting all along? Talk about getting worked up over nothing. Well, I'm just glad the two of them are back on good terms again. I slowly open my eyes. I'm in the dark and I can't see anything. I'm inside my dream. It's a strange feeling, but for some reason I know that I'm in my own dream. Suddenly a girl floats up right before my eyes.
あなたは。
The girl grins. I giggle myself as if the girl's smile is contagious. The girl instantly smiles and comes to hug me.
あなたを待ってたの。はい。
You were waiting? For me?
大事。
I have no idea what's happening, but of course I'm happy she told me she loves me with a big smile on her face like this.
ありがとう。ねえ、私のこと好き？
I just met her. There's no way to know if I like her. But I feel like it's bad to say it like that. She's gone and shown me such a great smile, so there's no need to purposely mess up those feelings.
ええ、好きよ。嬉しい。
The girl cheerfully smiles. That's strange. I've heard her voice somewhere before.
私のこと嫌いにならないでね。見捨てないでね。
All of a sudden, the girl disappears before my eyes along with her suggestive remarks. I abruptly open my eyes. Now it's my room. Who was the girl inside my dream? She smiled a huge smile at me without a care in the world, and then she said she loved me. Is the girl who had been appearing in my dreams and talking to me since a long time ago? I scramble to turn off the alarm clock near my pillow and jump out of bed.
ぼんやりしてる場合じゃない。日記準備しなきゃ。
I run to the bathroom sink and look in the room. I'm startled. I see the girl from my dream in the mirror. No, that isn't her. It's me reflected in the mirror. But if I were about 10 years younger, I would look just like the girl. I tilt my head, and the me in the mirror tilts her head.
かなわんわ、もう。
Yamanochi returns while petting her shoulders, looking tired.
どうかしたんですか？どうもこうもあるかいな。あのわがまま娘、また昼2割やで。
After the nurse in charge of Miss Sakai changed, I haven't checked the amount of food she's eaten. I look at the amount of food written in the diet record after what Yamanochi said. Under Miss Sakai are the numbers 2 and 3. Even when she's feeling well, it's a 5 at most. These numbers show the ratio of food consumption, so when it's 2, it means she's only eaten 20%. Our hospital's dietitians apparently calculate it so that you could receive full nutrition if you eat 80% of your meals. This means that Miss Sakai, who only eats 20 or 30%, isn't getting enough nutrition at all.
このままだと改めて警備課程入れることになりますね。
Senpai takes a peek at the diet record, looking worried.
お？藤沢も一応心配はしてんのよね。そりゃ内科病棟の患者さんですから。 酒井さんのことは好きじゃないけど、仕事に好き嫌いは持ち込みません。よしよし、藤沢にも職業意識っちゅうもんが芽生えてきたんかな。
I'm next to Nagisa, who's resenting how rude Yamanouchi was, and I turned back the pages of the diet record. Ever since I was removed from caring for Miss Sakai, the amount of food she's eaten has continued to decrease.
でもこの低栄養状態は良くないですよね。頑張っていろいろ指導はしてんねんけどな。バジ豆腐、馬の耳に念仏、全然聞いてへんわ、あのわがまま娘。
Yamanouchi shrugs her shoulders and glances at me.
もしあんたが担当のママやったら、あんたどういうアプローチでどんなケアプラン立てる？
Yamanouchi's eyes look for an answer. If it were me... What if it were me? Make a save is what I'm gonna do. Okay. So, normal ending... Make her eat.
なんとかして食べてもらいます。
Yamanouchi opens her eyes wide. To be honest, I don't know what to do. But if I have to do something to get Miss Sakai to eat, then I have to persuade her with my entire body and soul that I'll do anything to get her to eat. There's no way I have any time to think about my approach or care plans. I know this disqualifies me as a nurse, but I have to do something.
なんや泣き落としかいな。
Yes. Yamanouchi smiles.
元担当者の意見はともかく、現担当者としてはめっさ頭の痛い問題やね。
Yamanouchi takes away the medical record and flips through the pages.
見てみ、あのわがまま娘が食欲なくしたんは沢井が担当から外れた直後からやろ。ってことはもしかしたらもっぺん沢井を担当にしたら食事不振も良くなるかもしれませんよね。そうは思いませんか、主任。
I look back at what Yamanouchi said to see the chief standing behind me. When... I'm surprised, and Senpai whispers in my ear.
ご覧の通り、主任さんは進出鬼没だから、悪口とか陰口とか言っちゃダメよ。
Yeah, I know that, but I want to be much more careful than I have been starting now.
酒井さんの食事量だけでなく、活気までダウンしていることはドクターも気にしているところです。でもだからといって担当を沢井さんに戻すかどうかはまだ保留にさせてください。
それって沢井を酒井さんの担当に戻す可能性もあるということですか？
Chief nods at Senpai's question.
そうね。なんだかんだ言いながら酒井さんは沢井さんとのやりとりで元気を振り絞っていた感はありますから。それが空元気だったとしてもメンタルがフィジカルに及ぼす作用は無視できないわ。
そうですね。せやね。あのわがまま娘は沢井をからかうことでストレスを発散してた節があるもんな。よかったな沢井、新人でも役に立つことがあって。
そんな言い方ひどいです。
Yamanouchi smacks my back and it tingles. She probably tried to cheer me up, but honestly it hurts. It really hurts. She didn't have to hit so hard.
龍角散の尿量は
I write a memo with a pen on my arm and walk down the hallway of the ward. I went to check Mr. Rukaku's urine volume as Senpai asked. Lately, his consciousness has become unclear, and there are times when he doesn't respond when you ask him something. It It seems difficult for him to breathe, and his family split on whether to put him on an artificial respirator. They probably each have their own opinion, but I hope they make the best decision for Mr. Rikaku. The chief and Yamanochi say that there's nothing we can do about it, but... My nurse uniform is pulled from behind. I look behind me, and Ami's standing there looking like she's about to burst into tears.
お仕事中にごめんなさい。さゆりんは元気ですか？
I don't know what to do now that Miss Sakai's name's brought up. I'm debating a bit as to whether I should say that I'm not in charge of Miss Sakai anymore. But it looks like Ami wants to know.
やっちゃんさんにカオリンさんはもうさゆりんの担当じゃないって言われたけど。
Yachan is Yamanochi, I guess?
でもやっちゃんさんはさゆりんのこと教えてくれないの。守秘義務がどうこうって言ってさゆりんが元気になったら本人に聞けんの一点張りで私。
Ami's in tears. Yeah, of course she'd cry. Ami was so worried about Miss Sakai. But...
ごめんねアミちゃん。
カオリンさん。
守秘義務があってもなくても私も酒井さんに会ってないから教えてあげたくても教えられないの。
Ami's shoulders are trembling slightly. I gently hug her to console her.
ごめんなさい。こんなこと言って。私分かってるの。カオリンさんを困らせるだけだって。でも私心配でさゆりんに会えないから余計に心配でつくしちゃんもしょんぼりしてるし。
Ami buries her face into my chest. Her feelings of hopelessness come across. It makes sense. Even patients that seem healthy are hospitalized because they're ill. I suppose it's obvious that people who are ill will be concerned about the symptoms of others.
大丈夫なんて言えないけど酒井さんの回復信じて待とうね。
Ami slightly nods on my chest. Again. In that dream again. It's a dream similar to dreams I've been seeing since a long time ago. What on earth could be the purpose of this dream? Someone runs into me from behind with a thud. An innocent laugh fills my surroundings. I look behind to see a girl hugging my hip with the whitest grin on her face.
驚いた？ねえ驚いた？いたずらしちゃった。もう。
I tightly hug the girl's little body wrapped around me. I'm still wondering who this girl is and why I'm having these dreams, but I'm glad that this girl smiles at me like a ray of sunshine. My heart feels lighter with how she genuinely shares her fondness of me.
私のこと嫌いにならない？見捨てたりしない？
Huh? Didn't she mention that before? Did something happen?
大丈夫嫌いになんかならないよ。
The girl smiles. Then she suddenly disappears. There's nobody in this space, and I can't hear anything. I'm left alone in a wide space and quickly become nervous.
ね
I try to call out, but for the first time I realize that I don't know the girl's name. What I hear coming from far away is the siren of an ambulance. The siren is moving closer. It gradually gets closer. I jump to my feet. This is my room? It was a dream after all.
私のこと
にならない？見捨てたりしない？
The words of the girl in my dream remain in my head. I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to abandon me. Yeah, I know how she feels. I mean, I felt that way for a long time. No, I still feel that way. In the past, I was in a traffic accident on the verge of death, but now I'm alive like this. I don't remember much of the accident. It was apparently a very bad accident where I could have been killed instantly. That's why many people later told me that I was very lucky to be alive after the accident. But I don't remember. I can't remember why I was hit by the car, what happened before I was hit, or anything about the accident. When I try to remember, my head starts to hurt, and I don't feel well. My doctor also told me, don't try too hard to remember. My doctor diagnosed me with retrograde amnesia due to accident shock. I've kept quiet about this, but even with stuff after the accident, sometimes there are things I can't remember. What I remember is that I didn't want to be a burden on my parents and little sister, so I worked hard through the tough rehabilitation. I don't want to worry anyone anymore, so I can't tell anybody about how I can't remember events after the accident. What was the word I just said? That's not spelled right. Antegrade amnesia. I couldn't go to elementary school much at all because of rehabilitation, so after I entered middle school, I couldn't follow along in my classes. However, even then I didn't want people to worry, so I went to school with a smile on my face, looking like everything was okay, and I played with my friends. When I got home from playing with my friends, I would review my studies from school until late at night. Oops, glitched. Somehow, I became able to keep up with my classes so that I could take the high school entrance exams together with my classmates. I mean, an idiot girl that couldn't take her high school entrance exams with her friends would definitely be abandoned. And I also didn't want my mom and dad to think I was an idiot child. It would also be embarrassing for my sister to have an older sister who was not very bright. Yes, I'm the same as that girl. I've lived my life doing my best, focusing on not being disliked or abandoned by those I love. It's still true now. Right now, I'm an inexperienced newbie, so I can't do my job well enough, but I'm trying my hardest to not be a burden to my coworkers. People say I've got these healing hands or whatever, but I'm going to become a real nurse without relying on that weird stuff. It should be possible. Even I know that. The force that moves me is how my heart doesn't want to be disliked or abandoned. I don't know what happened to that girl to give her a similar trauma to me. However, I would like to be able to support that little girl as much as I can, considering I'm a few years older than she is. I hope I can support her. The same scenery as every morning. The night shift nurses explain the conditions of the patients during the night to the day shift nurses who take down notes. That's what was supposed to happen with the morning meeting. However, against expectations, with the chief's words, the scene turned into something different from usual.
夜勤さん、お疲れ様でした。けれど、朝の申し送りを終わる前に、皆さんに報告があります。昨日出た検査結果で、酒井さんの白血球値が上がったのは、皆さん知っていると思います。
What? I didn't know that. I just haven't been checking since I haven't been in charge of her. Yamanouchi takes a look at my face and raises her hand.
はーい、沢井さん以外は皆さん知っていると思います。
The part-time and night shift nurses chuckle. The chief glances at me and slightly sighs. Yamanouchi didn't need to go ahead and say that.
ドクターを交え、市長とも協議したのですが、沢井さんを酒井さんの担当に戻すことにしました。
At first, I don't believe my ears. Making me in charge of Miss Sakai again?
よかったな。
I return to my senses when Yamanouchi slaps my back. Ouch.
痛いです。
担当を外れたからと気を抜いて患者さんの検査チェックを怠るようでは先が思いやられるけれど
まあまあしに。この子も変なところで遠慮してカルテ見たらあかんとでも思ったんでしょう。
Yamanochi has my back. That's really nice of her.
もう山之内さんは面倒な患者さんを沢井に押し付けることができるから喜んでるだけでしょ。
What?
いややわ藤沢、うちはそんなん全然思うてへんよ。沢井はリベンジできる。うちは受け持ちから面倒癖の強い患者さんが一人減って負担が軽くなる。んで他のややこしじゃなくてケア山盛りの患者さんたちに集中できる。めでたいことやんな。もうまたうまいことばかり言って。
I see what she's trying to say. However, this is a good thing for me. I mean, I get to be in charge of Mr. Kai again.
沢井さん、
The chief quietly calls my name.
あなたの気持ちはどうなの？酒井さんの担当に戻る気はあるの？
Her eyes see through my heart. I think for a second. I remember Miss Sakai's face trying to stay strong. I want to be in charge of her again if I can. I don't know what I can do by being in charge of her again. However, I want to melt that frozen heart of hers. I want to tell her she doesn't have to pretend to be strong. I want to comfort her.
正直言って自信はありませんけど頑張りたいです。頑張ります。
そう、前向きな意見が聞けて嬉しいわ。
Oh, the chief smiled at
で
me.
は今日から酒井さんの担当に復帰してください。
今日からですか？
明日に伸ばしたところで意味はないでしょ。どのみちやることは同じ。どうせ担当に戻るのなら早い方がいいわ。
Better to do it quickly. What? That's the problem?
ではそういうわけで酒井さんの担当は山之内さんから沢井さんに変更です。また酒井さんのデータ向上に伴い安静度もアップとなります。山之内さん、
わーってますって。アミちゃんにさゆりの部屋に行ってもええでって言えばええんやろ。
アミちゃんではなく浅田さんね。ただあまり疲れさせないようにしてくださいね。
うちが言いに行かんでもあの二人やったらトイレで遭遇とかいろいろあるやろうけどな。
それならそれで結構です。では夜勤さんお疲れ様でした。日勤さんよろしくお願いします。
はい、お疲れ様でした。お先に失礼します。
じゃあね、沢井さん、頑張れ。
The night shift nurses pat me on the shoulder as they leave. What am I supposed to do again?
おむつ交換や点滴とかはうちと藤沢でやっとくから、あんたは記録読んで予習復習な。
Oh, good point. I've got to review those reports from when I wasn't in charge of Miss Sakai and really understand how she's been.
沢井ってちょっと山之内さん引っ張らないでください。ほらほら藤沢、患者さんのおむつが待っとるで。山之内さん引っ張るで。もううっさい牛沢、もう言うな。牛じゃないもん、もう。
With that, Senpai is dragged out of the nurse's station by Yamanochi. Oops. There's no time to space out. I've got to read Miss Sakai's reports.
にぎやかですこと。
I take 2 deep breaths. It's been a while since I've seen her, so I'm super nervous. I've got my replacement IV bottle, the IV supplies I need, my uniform straightened out, and I don't have bedhead. Alright.
どうぞ。
点滴の交換にやってきました。
It's been a while since I've seen Miss Sakai. Is it just me, or is she a little skinnier? And as usual, she looks like she's in a bad mood.
私、また酒井さんの担当に戻りました。よろしくお願いします。
I bow my head.
じゃあ、点滴の交換しちゃっていいかな。
Oh no, Miss Sakai's staring at me without saying a word. Those eyes really hurt. At least say something, please.
相変わらずですね。
何が？
自信のなさそうな顔。私、あなたのそんな表情大っ嫌い。
Ugh. Miss Sakai's wasted no time in starting her attack.
そんな自信なさげな顔をしていると、患者さんが不安になると思わないんですか？はったりくらい聞かせれば？プロなんでしょ。
You're supposed to be professional. That tone. That's classic Miss Sakai right there.
そうね、そうだよね。
I let myself ride the wave of nostalgia. She might have lost a little weight, but Miss Sakai is still Miss Sakai. I'm so glad that she hasn't changed a bit.
何ニヤニヤしてるんですか？あなたド M ですか？
Oh, I was grinning to myself? Now that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, but when I think about it, it's a little strange that I would grin in front of Miss Sakai like that.
何笑ってるんですか？気持ち悪いです。わけがわかりません。
Miss Sakai turns her face away. But I saw it. I saw that even though she looked angry, her face was just a little red. Is she blushing? I'm kinda happy if she is.
戻りました。
The moment I step into the nurse's station, Senpai runs up to me with a worried expression.
あ、サバイ、大丈夫だった？いじめられなかった？やだな、渚先輩、大げさですよ。それより、おむつ交換と点滴回り、ありがとうございました。
I bow my head. Still, Senpai looks worried. I guess I really worried her then.
なんやニヤニヤしよって。で、わがまま娘は相変わらずか？
Yamanochi pokes me with her elbow, and I nod vigorously.
私の自信なさげな様子が嫌いだと言われました。
嫌い言われて、何を嬉しそうに。
なぜかはわかりません。でも、嬉しいなって思うんです。
このド M が。
それ、酒井さんにも言われました。私ド M なのかな？
しかも天然や。ある意味最強かもな。
もう。
I turn back when I hear someone knocking on a desk. There's the chief with the most indecisive of looks on her face, seeming to be contemplating whether to yell at us or join in on the conversation.
あなたたち、情報交換はその辺にして仕事をしてくれないかしら？
はい、どうぞ。
When I step into her room, Miss Sakai quickly hides something under her covers with a surprised look on her face.
何しに来たんですか？点滴交換の時間にはまだ早いでしょ。
She looks away from my face when she says that. Her cheeks are red again, and she audibly gulps. There's something fishy going on here. I caught a glimpse of what she hid under there for a split second, and it looked like a book.
今何読んでたの？
あなたには関係ありません。
A strong rejection. The force of her rejection makes me curious.
ねえ、何読んでたの？
なんだっていいでしょ。
She half shouts and shoots a sharp look right at me. This is one of those rare times when I have the initiative. I had no idea that was all it would take to make me feel so confident, powerful.
ほらほら、怒鳴っちゃダメよ。血圧上がるから。
あなたが怒鳴らせているのよ。
And she shouts again. If pushing doesn't work, how about pulling? When you push Miss Sakai, she tends to push back just as hard, so I'll give pulling her a bit of a try this time.
だって私、酒井さんのこともっと知りたいし。
Oh, a good reaction?
点滴の時間じゃないのにここに来たのは酒井さんとお話ししたかったから。読書の邪魔しちゃったかもだけど、私酒井さんのこと知りたいから。
お友達ごっこなら他の人とやってください。ほら、人に変なあだ名をつけることか、院内には適任者がたくさんいるでしょ。
Plenty of better options around.
他の人じゃなくて、私は酒井さんとお友達になりたいの。最初はお友達ごっこでも、最終的にはお友達になれたら嬉しいな。
Miss Sakai's mouth is agape. Did I say something that strange?
どうしてですか？
どうしてって。
When Miss Sakai puts me on the spot, I stop and think about it. To be honest, being friends with her is more convenient in a variety of ways than being just nurse and patient. But even I know that's the wrong way to administer care. A better nurse wouldn't rely on friendship with a patient like that. A professional would provide the necessary care while keeping the relationship at the level of nurse and patient. And I know that. But I've also come to know that to open Miss Sakai's heart, becoming her friend would be my fastest bet. Miss Sakai doesn't have all the time in the world left. I need to open her heart and get her thinking positively about her treatment, about holding on to life. Now, what should I say? What do I say to let her know how I feel without setting her off? I wanna be your friend.
酒井さんと友達になりたいから。
I take a deep breath, look Miss Sakai in the eyes, and say that. I'm not lying. I definitely want to be friends with Miss Sakai, that much is true.
そう。でも私は入院先スタッフとお友達ごっこをするつもりはありませんから。
She looks off to the side in a huff. And when she does, a book tumbles onto the floor. I pick up the book and check the title.
極楽バナナ？見ていい？
She didn't reply, so I flipped through the pages. A gag manga, black humor nonetheless. Miss Sakai reading gag manga. The contrast! The contrast!
もういいでしょ。
The manga in my hands is taken away by a red-faced Miss Sakai. What a shame. I wanted to look through more of it.
ってことがあったんですよ、渚先輩。
I told Senpai about the manga incident in Miss Sakai's room. My table is populated with beer cans and a variety of snacks. Nothing like a familiar sight to calm you down.
入院生活もストレスたまるもんね。それにしてもギャグ漫画、あの酒井さんがねえ。 沢井をいじめるだけじゃストレス発散にはならないってことかしら。ひどいです。まあそれはともかく、体だけでなく心もしっかりケアしてあげるのよ。せっかく担当に戻れたんだから、後で後悔することがないように私もサポートするからね。
Senpai really is kind.
よしよし、いい返事ね。はい、スルメあげる。わ
Going to work in the evening feels kind of weird. And that's right, it's been a while, but I'm on the night shift today. And tonight's team is my preceptor, Senpai, and her partner for the shift, Yamanouchi.
ーい、今夜よろしくお願いします。もうそんなにかしこまらなくてもいいのに。でも親しき中にも礼儀ありですから。
せやね、こちらこそよろしゅう。あ、ちなみにうちはスパルタで行くで。
バッチ濃いですよ。これ見てください。
I pulled a notebook out of my bag. It says night shift notes on the cover.
前回の夜勤の後でここはポイントだなって思ったとこを思い出しながら書き出してみました。へえ、見せて。
I hand it over to Senpai. Yamanouchi's looking at it over Senpai's shoulder as well.
ほほう、沢井なりの視点で夜勤でのポイントが書かれてあって面白いな。
これ書くの大変だったんじゃないの？
Senpai looks worried. Wanting to put Senpai at ease, I slowly shake my head with a smile.
大変じゃなかったとは言いません。でも渚先輩に迷惑かけたし、私自身早く独り立ちしたいので全然苦じゃないです。
It wasn't painful at all.
沢井、
ひょひょー、看護師の鏡は言い過ぎやな。新人看護師の鏡。
やっと消灯。
It's not my first night shift, so I don't have to worry about panicking, but I do slip up on occasion, and Senpai and Yamanouchi would have to back me up. I still have ways to go. I'm doing my best, but I still can't pull it off.
お疲れ沢井。消灯までこぎつけたら夜勤の半分は終わったようなものよ。そうですか。ほら、へこんでないで気持ちを切り替える。これから山のような記録があるのよ。はーい。
She's right, there's no time to be down on myself. I've got to write up my reports.
はい、記録終了。あんたらは？
相変わらず早いですね、山之内さん。
ちんたらやったからっていい記録が書けるわけやないやろ。ちゃっちゃとできることはちゃっちゃとやる。それに一人夜勤の病棟やったら記録を早く書き上げたらその分休憩時間が伸びるようなもんやからね。
I see.
で、仮眠どっちが入るって聞かんでもわかるか。
はい、すみません。私記録がまだ終わってないから。
さよか。ほな先に入らせてもらうわ。
Huh? Yamanouchi's already gone on break.
仮眠って0時からじゃなかったですか？そうだけど。だ
Senpai looks genuinely surprised.
ってまだ23時過ぎですよ。だって山之内さん記録終わったんだもん。休憩室にいるけど0時までは何かあったら出てきてくれるからいいの。
Oh, I get it. She's not in the nurse's station, but even though she's in the break room, she's still acting as though she were in the station with us.
それにここで内職されるの嫌だし。うふふふ、なんでもないのよ。
Moonlight? Wait, could she be talking about... It's 1 o'clock and time for rounds. I'm scared of the dark, so I very timidly peer into each room. I feel less than amazing about how chicken I'm being, but it's totally fine. It's not like the patients can see me. Much, anyway. And speaking of that much, surprisingly, there are still patients up at this hour. Not that I mind, though, as long as they're keeping quiet. Oh, for this set of rounds, Senpai and I have split it up with the bathroom in the middle. I'm on this side, she's on the other side. So I'm checking to see if the patients in room 301 to 303 are asleep without issue. But since I'm in charge of Miss Sakai now, I'm to check in on her room 311.
お疲れ。そっち終わった？はい。311号室以外は。じゃあ先に戻ってるから311よろしくね。はい。
I gently hold room 311's doorknob. I quietly open the door and check to see that Miss Sakai's in bed. Wait, is it just me, or is she not there?
酒井さん？
I take a step into the room, but she just isn't there. Miss Sakai's level of bed rest has increased when I became her nurse, and she's allowed to walk around the ward when she's energetic, but I'd appreciate it if she were in her room during my rounds. Where did she go? Alright, let's calm down and think. Calmly, calmly. I put my hands together and over my chest, then take some deep breaths. The vision of the roof comes to mind. I don't have any proof of it, but Miss Sakai has to be on the roof.
酒井さん、酒井さん、いますか？
There she is. I'm so glad she's here.
びっくりしちゃったよ。急にいなくなってたから。
I stand next to Miss Sakai as she looks up into the night sky. Without looking at me and simply keeping her eyes on the stars, Miss Sakai murmurs.
ごめんなさい。
Her apology, lacking any posturing, stuns me.
無性に星が見たくなって。
Not seeming to notice how surprised I am, she reaches her hand out into the night sky. What am I doing?
焦がれても焦がれても手に届かないものってあるんですね。努力をすれば願いは叶う。そう昔は信じていました。でも現実は努力したからといって願いが叶うわけじゃないんですよね。
She speaks bluntly. Dreams that don't come true. What was Miss Sakai's dream? What had she hoped to achieve, and how hard had she worked for it? And how did she feel when she said there were dreams that wouldn't come true no matter how hard you worked?
そうね。でも、私はこう思うよ。努力をしなければ願いは叶わないって。
Keeping silent, she lowers the hand she had reaching out to the sky.
叶う叶わない、それは結果じゃないかな。何か叶えたい願いがあるなら努力をする。だって努力する他にやれることはないから。
It's what motivates you, and you know, sometimes all you can do is try. Miss Sakai just quietly looks up at the stars. I join her. There's a really good view of the Milky Way from here. You know, I really should have studied up on my constellations more. Then I'd be able to say something clever and relevant. Was that a sneeze? What a cute sneeze.
酒井さん、部屋に戻ろう。 いくら安静度フリーになっても風邪ひいちゃまた病室内安静に逆戻りしちゃうよ。
With a tiny nod at my urging, Miss Sakai starts walking. When I get back to the nurse's station after seeing Miss Sakai off to her room, Senpai's waiting for me with a worried face. Yamanouchi, who I thought was taking a nap, is sitting in the station chair looking bored.
あ、戻ってきた。私たち沢井が戻ってこないからすごく心配してたのよ。
Sorry, Senpai.
すみません、渚先輩。
あいびきもほどほどにな。ってことでうちは仮眠に戻る。
あいびき？
Yamanouchi says no more and holes back up in the break room. Nothing else happens through the night, and we make it to the morning. I'm dreaming again. It's the same dream I usually have. That dream of the girl who looks an awful lot like me. Today she's sleeping with her head on my lap. I gently stroke her hair. When I do, her eyes open up.
私から離れないでいてくれる？ずっとそばにいてくれる？
Her eyes seem like they're trying to peer right into my heart.
いきなり何を言い出すのよ。びっくりするじゃない。
I nod and smile, trying to put her at ease. Looking relieved, the girl closes her eyes.
私ね、ずっと寂しかったの。一人ぼっちで、ずっと寂しかったの。そう。
I stroke the girl's hair again. Then my finger brushes against her forehead. It's cool to the touch. The coldness of her forehead leaves me with an unplaceable unease. Miss Sakai's condition is one step forward and one step back. When I think she's gotten better, she'll have a fever. When I think she's not doing well, she'll say she's fine. I knew I wouldn't be able to go by the books with this, but each of her symptoms is just so tough to deal with. There's no answer. Did she not hear me?
酒井さん、入りますよ。
I step into Miss Sakai's room and immediately see something red staining her white sheets.
酒井さん、
She's in bed, holding her nose.
微出血。
I run up to her bed, pull out 5 tissues from the box, and put them into Miss Sakai's hands.
これで強く鼻を押さえてて、あとタオル借りるね。
I take a towel from her bedside and wet it at the room sink.
これで鼻の付け根を冷やしてて。
I hurry back to the nurse's station, grab a cooling agent from the freezer, then put some peroxide and a change of sheets on a nurse cart and bring it back to Miss Sakai. As I cool the root of her nose with the cooling agent, I use the wet towel to wipe down her bloodied hand and face, then change her bloodied sheets. And of course I don't forget to use the peroxide to clean the blood off of Miss Sakai's pajamas. And to finish it off, I check her vitals.
前よりはマシになったんじゃないですか、手際。
Miss Sakai says that while I measure her blood pressure.
そう。
以前に比べればですけど。
That almost cancels out the compliment. My happiness quickly fades. After finishing checking her vitals, I inform the chief, finish my reports, and change the IVs I need to. Since I have a bit of time, I decide to ask her about how much she's been eating. Because she's been eating very little as usual. If this keeps up, I'm going to have to increase her drip amount or put her on liquid food. When I ask her though, Miss Sakai sulks and looks the other way.
だからね、食事って大切だから。
そんなことあなたなんかに言われなくても分かってる。
She suddenly throws the plastic cup in her hands to the floor.
食べたくないから食べないだけ。それ以上でもそれ以下でもないわ。
井さん落ち着いて。
何を食べても美味しくないんだもん。食べられるわけないじゃない。
でも食べなきゃ元気になれないよ。
元気になんかならなくてもいい。
That declaration makes my eyes go wide. Does that mean she doesn't want to get better?
どうせ私を待ってる人なんかいない。帰る家だってない。親は私がここを退院するのを望んでいない。これで私が元気になる意味がどこにあるっていうのよ。
I couldn't say anything. I was so battered down by the darkness inside Miss Sakai, the sheer depth of her despair, that all I could do was drag myself out of her room. I certainly have a long way to go.
酒井さんの言うこと気にしなくてもいいよ。サバイはちゃんとやってるからね。
Senpai tries to comfort me, but if I were a better nurse, I might have been able to avoid putting Miss Sakai on edge like that. I might not have made Miss Sakai say something as tragic as there being no meaning in getting better.
早くドナーが見つかればいいんだけど。
I hear the chief let out a deep sigh. When I'm about to go into the bath, I take a look at my phone. It looks like I've gotten a call because the light's blinking. It's a number I don't recognize. I wonder if I should call back or not. It's not a prank call or anything, right? That's been solved, right? I accidentally dropped my phone. This'll be fine, right? It won't be a silent call if they answer.
もしもし。はい。では失礼します。すごい。
I have to voice my awe. The transplant coordinator was on the phone. A certain patient's HLA matched with mine, which means I've been chosen as a bone marrow donor. The call was to inform me of that. I'd totally forgotten that I registered in the bone marrow bank until this call came in. When I flippantly asked who the recipient would be, the coordinator said they couldn't tell me. I knew that's what they would say, but I'm a little disappointed. And come to think of it, I'm gonna have to take some time off of work when I donate my marrow, right? I've gotta let the chief know.
はい、大塚です。あ、主任さんですか？私、沢井です。実はですね。
Dawn breaks and I'm at work. My HLA may have matched with some stranger's HLA, but the world hasn't changed.
おはようございます。おー、来たか、沢井。ビッグニュースやで。
The moment I step into work, Yamanochi runs up to me.
それはいいニュースですか？なんやの、沢井。人がこんなに喜んどる顔見てわからんか？
She smacks me on the back. Yeesh, would it kill her to stop hitting me? But if it were that easy to just say it to her face, I would have done it a long time ago. Oh boy.
酒井さんの骨髄提供者が見つかったんですって。
A donor for...
話の進み具合によってはドナーが辞退したりお互いの体調次第であかんくなる可能性もあるけど、このまますんなり進んでくれればええな。
But it'd be real nice if no wrenches got tossed in the plan.
そうですね。
Everyone's really happy. Me too, of course. Is this a coincidence? Yeah, it's gotta be a coincidence.
これで酒井さん移植へ一歩近づいたんですよね。酒井さんきっと治るんですよね。
移植が最終的にどうなるにしても、酒井さんには少しでも体力をつけてもらわないと。沢井さん、具体的なケアプランは作成しているの？
A care plan?
と、
I haven't made anything of the sort. I've been so focused on getting Miss Sakai to open her heart that I hadn't even thought how I would get her to eat more or anything.
すみません。まだ作ってません。
ああ、この新人言い訳なしで開き直りよったわ。
まあそんなところでしょうね。
I feel really bad about this.
栄養摂取に関して言えば点滴は最後の手段よ。一番いいのは口から食べ物を入れること。沢井さん、覚えておきなさい。咀嚼することで食べ物を細かく砕きながら消化酵素入りの唾液を混ぜ、そして胃腸に送る。たったそれだけなのに栄養吸収の効果は絶大なの。
And even though the process is so simple, the effect it has on nutrient absorption is immense.
カテーテルだなんだと医療技術は進歩したけれど、やっぱり人体が本来持っている機能を利用するのが一番効率的なのよね。
Oh, the wonders of the body, huh?
それでもどうしても食べないようなら、極太のカテーテルを鼻から入れて流動食を流し込むとでも脅しておいて。
I'm shocked at her statement, but the chief simply smiles. Oh, that was a joke. As I mull over my relief, I realize I'm still surprised. The chief actually tells jokes. That said, time to challenge her dietary instruction again.
せっかくドナーが決まったんだから体力つけないと。
そのドナーの気が変わって途中で中止になる可能性だってなきにしもあらずじゃないですか。
She's in pouty mode for some reason. She has to be happy about a donor being found, but she's saying what she doesn't mean as usual.
万が一途中で中止になったとしても体力さえついていれば次のドナーが現れるまで頑張れるでしょ。
Know what I mean?
万が一途
Whoops,
中
I didn't mean to play it again.
前向きなんですね。
She's being sarcastic, isn't she? But I'm not going to fold. Getting Miss Sakai to actually eat is my first priority, so I don't have any time to feel sorry for myself.
そういうわけでお食事全量摂取とまではいかなくても半分くらいは食べよう。
食べたくない。だって美味しくないもん。
Her childish tone tugs at my heartstrings. This is probably how she really is. Her usual barbed politeness is probably just her putting on a strong front.
そっか、美味しくないのか。
Well, if it doesn't taste good, I guess you wouldn't want to eat it. Hey, wait a second. Didn't Miss Sakai say some time ago that nothing she ate tasted good? I'm not sure if it's a dysfunction of her sense of taste or something more mental, but she's saying that she doesn't want to eat because her meals aren't tasty. Does that mean then that she'd eat something she thought was tasty, something she liked? This might work well as a part of the care regimen.
じゃあ何なら食べられる？何か食べたいものある？
Alright, first I've gotta make Miss Sakai actually want to eat.
何でもいいから言ってみて。私主任さんを説得して先生の許可をもらってくるから。
Miss Sakai looks down, seeming to be thinking. Looks down.
ふわふわのオムレット。
オムレット？
Her suggestion is unexpected. When I repeat the word, she nods.
小学生の時、担任の先生が作ってくれた。
She speaks slowly but surely. I keep quiet and listen, careful not to interrupt her story.
ホットケーキみたいなスポンジの生地に泡立てた生クリームと果物を挟んで美味しかったなあれ。
She has a dreamlike expression on her face.
私はただ先生が作ってくれるのを見ていただけだったけれど。
Memories of elementary school must be really dear to Miss Sakai.
がして甘くて美味しくて、先生ったら自分の分まで冷蔵庫で冷やして後で食べなさいって渡してくれたの。
My chest starts to tighten in pain all of a sudden.
私の母親はそういうことする人じゃなかったから、ああいうのを家で食べたのは初めてだった。先生は簡単なものでごめんねって言ってたけど、私にとっては初めての手作りおやつだった。
Then Miss Sakai looks like she's about to cry.
その先生もエコひいきだって言われて、他の保護者から叩かれた挙句、ある日学校からいなくなってた。
Her words are tinged with loneliness. I remember her mother, who I'd only met in the hallway some time before. The mother who handed a document to her sick, bedridden daughter to disown her and immediately left. How much was Miss Sakai hurt by that? She pretends to be alright, but there's no way she is. She must have really wanted to cry her eyes out, too.
やめてください。苦しいです。
When I come to, I realize I've been hugging Miss Sakai.
ごめん、いきなり抱きしめちゃってごめんね。
I quickly pull myself back.
別にいいです。
Her cheeks slightly redden and she looks away from me. Normally she would have lashed at me with a litany of curses, but Miss Sakai's pretty quiet today. Maybe I should consider this her opening her heart a little.
オムレットね。早速主任さんに掛け合ってみる。
I put my hand over Miss Sakai's thin one. Then I write omelet in big letters on the back of my hand. She should be able to clearly see it.
すぐには無理かもだけど、絶対いつか絶対近いうちに私が作って持ってくるから。
はい、期待せずに待ってます。
She smiles softly at me. All right. Now I've really got to do my best. I catch the chief right after I get into the nurse's station and immediately talk it over with her. After quietly hearing what I have to say, the chief vigorously nods again and again.
いいわね、それ。酒井さんには食事制限の指示は出ていないし、きっと OK が出るわよ。
With that, she pulls up the phone receiver in her right hand and calls the doctor down in the outpatient ward. After a bit of conversation, she hangs up.
ドクターの了解は取れたわよ。
That was fast.
あなたが思うようにやりなさい。責任は私が取ります。
I just look at the chief, stunned. Does that mean it's okay? That's actually kind of a letdown in a way. Which means that I should get the tools and ingredients on my way tonight, but that's when it hits me. I've never made treats before. I steal a glance at the chief. Nope, not happening. She lives in a messy room and can't even make tea right. There's no way she can make sweets. Is there anyone else I can turn to?
戻りました。さて記録。
Yamanouchi comes back. Now, Yamanouchi used to be in charge of Miss Sakai. Her room is clean, and she looks like she takes care of cooking and cleaning. She's probably my best bet. But...
あ？オムレット？知らんな。そんなん買うた方が早いし確実やん。
She strikes me down. You're absolutely right, Yamanouchi. But I don't want to give her something I just bought. I want her to eat something handmade.
戻りました。ってどうかしたの？渚先輩。
The chief's a waste of time, and Yamanouchi shot me down, so I went to my last lifeline, Senpai.
つまり沢井はオムレットの作り方がわからないから手伝ってくれる人を探してるってわけね。はい。
I get the feeling that her eyes glinted. Senpai hits her chest with a proud look.
そういうことならこの渚先輩に任せなさい。私料理も裁縫も家事全般は意外と得意なんだから。うわぁ、自分で意外とか言うてるわこの子。ついでに完成したオムレットきれいにラッピングしてあげるわね。きっと喜んでもらえるわよ。よっ、この少女趣味。素敵です、渚先輩。
Yamanouchi teases her, but I ignore all that. Deeply moved, I squeeze Senpai's hands hard. This is the kind of stuff you have to do quickly. Make hay while the sun's shining and all that. I buy the ingredients at the store on my way back, and we get to baking in my room. According to Senpai, you don't need any special kitchenware to make this omelet, so I could just use what I have. Senpai really comes through.
私煮物とかカレーとかそういうのしか作ったことないんですよね。煮物もカレーも同じカテゴリーだわね。
I speak about all sorts of things with Senpai while we make the omelet. And it's not the flippant sort of conversation we'd have over drinks either.
最近騒いてすごく頑張ってるでしょ。私も頑張らなきゃって思うのよ。
Senpai sounds awfully positive.
もう話したかもしれないけど、実はね、私外科に行きたかったの。
She sprinkles in the flour and cracks the eggs as she speaks.
だって外科の方がテキパキあれこれできてかっこいいって思ってて。ほら、内科っておじいちゃんおばあちゃんの茶飲み話のついでになんてイメージがあるでしょ。でも沢井の頑張りを見てるとそういうのって違うかもって思うようになってきたのよ。
Senpai adds milk into the bowl of flour and eggs and mixes up with their cake mixer.
なんていうかね、がむしゃらに仕事に没頭することとか、本気で仕事に向き合うこととか。ここに来た当時は東京から落ちてきたし、配属されたのは希望の外科じゃないし、もうなんだか私の一生終わったかなーって思ってたんだけど。
Wow, Senpai's chatting while baking.
でもそうじゃないのよね。私仕事に本気出してなかっただけ。理由つけて仕事から逃げてただけなの。仕事にかっこいいも悪いもないのね。本気にならないとわからないことがあるって沢井見ててわかったの。
You just can't understand until you get serious.
私ね、沢井が羨ましかったの。なんでこの子は新人のくせしてこんなにキラキラしてるんだろうって。私が去年新人で入った時にはこんなにキラキラできてなかったよねって。
Oh, looks like she's done mixing.
それで私もキラキラしたいって思ったの。今更だって分かってたけど、沢井みたいになりたくてどうしたらキラキラできるのかなって考えたの。
Next, she lightly dips some oil into a frying pan.
それで初めて気がついたんだよね。私沢井みたいに真面目に仕事に向かい合ってないって。
She heats up the frying pan a bit and pours in the batter. Wait, you don't put them all in?
汗水垂らして悩んで考えて時には泣いて、そんな風に仕事に向き合ってないから私は沢井に追い抜かれるんだって。
She weakens the flame just a little.
だからね、私沢井には感謝してもしきれないの。
It's starting to smell really good.
感謝だなんて。
Senpai lets out a reserved smile, lets go of the frying pan and shakes my hand.
ありがとう沢井、私に大事なことを気づかせてくれて。そんなこと。私沢井のことが好きよ。沢井は私のこと好き？
I do, but
渚先輩、仕事に向き合ってなくて情けない先輩だけど、これから心を入れ替えて頑張るから、私のこと変わらずに好きでいてくれる？
for a moment I see the girl from my dream layered over Senpai. That girl begged for love too. But I don't feel the sheer loneliness from Senpai that I felt from that girl. Her face draws closer. Wait, what? Are we going to kiss? Can I kiss her? Let's see. Do I have... Okay, so there is an ending where I kiss her, so that's something. Sorry, Senpai. I messed her up just a bit of courage. I step up and kiss her on the forehead. Senpai looks taken aback. I give her the best smile I can manage.
私も頑張ります。だから渚先輩も頑張ってください。
She giggles. An expression of almost tears comes over her for a moment, but it's immediately replaced with a bright smile.
そうね。ごめん、今の忘れて。
Oh, I feel so bad.
それにしてもいい香りがするわね。ってあれ、もうできてる。できてるって渚先輩が作ってたんじゃないですか。深い話をしながら。え、嘘。私無意識に作っちゃった。
You did it unconsciously, Senpai? Senpai may think she's no good as a nurse, but I have to think that she's actually amazingly talented.
まあ作り方は見てたからわかるよね。パンケーキ部分は粉と卵と牛乳を混ぜて焼く。ただそれだけ。フライパンに生地を入れすぎるとパンケーキが分厚くなっちゃうし、分厚い生地には火が通りにくいから要注意ね。
Harder is to make sure it gets cooked through, so be careful.
人それぞれの好みによるけど、パンケーキ部分を薄くするとクレープみたいになるのよ。あとは生クリームを泡立てて。
Senpai seems really used to making treats. Everything she does is thought out and methodical. Wow.
パンケーキの内側に生クリームとフルーツをのせて二つ折りにすれば出来上がり。
That was fast. She whipped up the cream in a blink of an eye.
できたものはラップで可愛く包んで食べるまで冷やしておけばいいの。なるほど。
But since it was mostly Senpai that made this, I've got to review how you make it one more time before she leaves.
とりあえず1枚だけ焼けた生地があるから1個だけ作って味見してみない？はい。 おはようございます。
I energetically walk into the nurse's station. It's after breakfast time, and the ward's a bit noisier than usual. I never really experienced a ward like this unless I'm here at dawn during a night shift, but since I have to get Miss Sakai her omelet today, I'm here an hour and a half earlier.
おはようございます、沢井さん。今日はやけに早いのね。
おはようございます。って主任さん、いつもこんな時間に来てるんですか？
Keeping her smile to her mouth alone, the chief takes a look at the paper bag I have on me.
早速作って持ってきたのね。有言実行、いいことだわ。
The chief complimented me.
後で酒井さんの感想を聞かせてちょうだい。
When I get into her room, Miss Sakai looks at me with suspicious eyes. She looks at me, then at her cracked clock, then back at me again.
今日はやけに早い出勤なんですね。残業だけじゃ足りなくて、早めに来て仕事を始めるんですか？
She can be as mean as she wants. I don't mind. I'm going to turn that frown upside down.
約束
I hand Miss Sakai the paper bag. She takes the bag with dubious eyes, but when she looks inside, her eyes go wide and she nearly tears up. Then a vexed look comes over her face. The anger obscene may be because she's holding back tears.
さあ食べてみて。口に合うかどうかわからないけど、味見はしたからまずくはないと思うの。
Her trembling hand goes into the bag. She pulls out not Senpai's masterfully crafted and beautifully wrapped pastry, but rather the contorted mess of an omelet that I wrapped. Then she peels off the elephant sticker I put on to draw attention from its awkwardness. Takes off the wrapping paper and quietly bites into the omelet. And in that moment, a tear rolls down Miss Sakai's cheek.
美味しくなかった。
I quickly peer at Miss Sakai's face.
美味しくない。美味しくなんかない。
The tears keep streaming down her face.
こんなの美味しくなんか。
Though she complains, she holds the omelet gently in her hands as if she's treasuring it. She's having trouble being upfront, isn't she? But her attitude, her expression, her tears, the movement of her fingers, all of them betray Miss Sakai's tough-sounding words.
そっか。ごめんね。でも食べてくれて嬉しいよ。
She won't tell me how she truly feels. I don't know if she can't tell me or simply won't. But her silence tells me how she truly feels. She doesn't need to say what she actually thinks, really. Because I'm going to do my best to get to a point where I can pick up on how she feels deep down. I sit down in the round chair and watch over her as she eats the omelet in tears. I'm glad that she's taking so long to taste it as she works through the omelet.
ごちそうさまでした。残りは冷凍庫に入れます。
She embarrassingly lowers her head as she wipes her tears.
冷蔵庫じゃなくていいの？
うん。冷凍庫に入れといた方が美味しいし、それに保存が効くから。
一度に全部食べちゃっても大丈夫だよ。なくなったらまた作ってあげる。
She shoots me a glare.
それは私を太らせようって魂胆ですか？
Miss Sakai's glares don't work on me, not when she's so teary-eyed.
そうね。
Teary-eyed.
オムレットだけでなく、いろんなものをもりもり食べてくれるなら、私何でもするよ。
When I beam at her, she turns away in a huff. Ah, Miss Sakai goes red down to her neck.
じゃあ私、申し送りがあるから行くね。と言っても担当だからまたすぐに来るんだけどね。
When I stand up, she immediately turns clinging eyes to me. I'm not trying to bake my way into her heart, but I do hope this omelet is the start of her opening up to me.
また後でね。
When I step out of the room, I hear a quiet voice.
本当は美味しかったよ。
I close the door and walk out into the hall as if nothing happened. I look around to make sure no one's around, then double over right then and there. There's still some time before morning reports. I go down into the stairwell and cry a bit until I calm down.
そう、記録に書かれてないところでそんなやりとりがあったの。
Whoop.
はい。
The chief was too busy during work for me to report this to her, so I tell her about it in her room after work. I was happy enough to cry that Miss Sakai said the omelet was good, so I reported it to the chief in tears.
美味しいって言ってもらえてよかったわね。
Oh, Chief. If you say something that nice, I'll...
あらあら、泣き虫さんね。ハニーミルクでも飲んで落ち着きなさい。
The chief strains out a smile and warms me up some honeyed milk in the microwave. The sweet scent of honey assails my nostrils. I take a sip and let out a teary smile.
主任さん、これ甘すぎです。蜂蜜入れすぎたんじゃないですか？
泣いている子にはこれくらい甘い方がいいのよ。
We giggle at each other.
ほら、携帯電話が鳴っているわよ。
はい。はい。あ、沢井は私です。
I remember whose voice this is. It's the transplant coordinator.
はい。ドナーになる意思は変わりません。上司の許可も得ていますから大丈夫です。
After answering a few questions, I hang up the phone.
いよいよなのね。
はい。いよいよです。移植時期についてはレシピエントの健康状態などを考慮して追って連絡が入るそうです。
そう。病棟に関しては私が責任を持ってバックアップするから、時期が来たらあなたは移植に専念しなさい。
Miss Sakai is to be transferred to another hospital. Our hospital can't perform bone marrow transplants, so she'll be transferring to a larger hospital that we're affiliated with, Taito University Hospital. And I knew that, but I'm gonna miss her. After eating the omelet I made for her, Miss Sakai seems to be clinging on to life more, so her 20% meal intake jumped up all the way to 60%. I've gotten used to making sweet omelets myself, so now I can do prep work the night before, wake up early and quickly make them, but she won't be around much for that. I know I need to be glad that she found a donor and that we've made it all the way to the transplant, but I really am selfish for missing her, aren't I?
おはようございます、かおりんさん。
I twitch in surprise. I turn around to see Ami grinning at me. Oh no, I'm on the clock too. This is gonna shatter my focus.
さゆりんから聞きましたよ。かおりんさん、さゆりんに手作りお菓子作ってあげてるんですよね。
Ugh, Ami's quick to find things out. Though there's no surprise there, since Miss Sakai and Ami get along pretty well.
いいな、いいな。私もかおりんさんの手作りお菓子食べてみたいな。
Now this is a bit problematic. I'm out in the hallway, and if any other patients overhear this, they'll think I'm playing favorites. And this is right in front of Miss Sakai's room. Oh no. Miss Sakai pops her face through her doorway, looking cranky.
私、部屋に戻ってますね。
Ami nervously retreats. Yeah, even Ami would be scared if Miss Sakai gave her a glare that ferocious. I'm pretty used to it though.
おはよう酒井さん。あと店員も決まったんだよね。おめでとう。
I hand her today's omelet with a smile. She takes the treat, maintaining her scowl. Could this scowl be because Miss Sakai is going to miss me when she transfers?
これでもう早起きする必要はなくなりますね。よかったですね。
そうでもないよ。
は？
酒井さんの移植が成功して、いつここに戻ってきてもいいようにレパートリーを増やさなきゃだもん。
Miss Sakai just looks at me with a baffled expression. Wait, did I say something weird?
あれ？移植後は免疫が回復するまで大学病院にいて、そこから完全寛解まではうちに戻って療養するんだよね。
fully recover here,
ず
right?
っと大学病院にいるわけじゃないんだよね。ちゃんと戻ってくるよね。
A teary expression comes over Miss Sakai's face for a moment, then she lets out a sigh.
そうですね。いつまでもバカの一つ覚えみたいにオムレットばかりじゃ私も飽きます。
飽きさせないように中に入れるフルーツは毎回違うものにしてるのに。
I purposely pout a little. The way she acts immediately awkward is really cute.
言葉のあやです。真に受けないで、この単細胞。
Before I can dig deeper, she closes the door on me. So, should I take that as her saying she's not bored with my omelets yet? I totally can, right? And her calling me an amoeba was just her hiding how embarrassed she was, right? A wave of laughter comes over me. I even skip my way back to the nurse's station. Oh. I'm having that dream again. The girl who looks a lot like me when I was younger appears before me. She's looking at me with a worried face. What's wrong? I try to speak, but I have no voice. She's on the verge of crying. Looking awfully lonely and holding back tears, she leaves. Wait! Don't go! I hear a sound drawing closer. An ambulance siren? It's finally the day of Miss Sakai's transfer. We wait for the taxi in the hospital lobby. We don't have many words to share, but it doesn't feel too awkward. Come to think of it, this is where I first met Miss Sakai, down here in the outpatient ward.
またこの病院に帰って来られるのかな。
She vocalizes her worry. That whimper is how she really feels. Transplants always have risks. Before the transplant, the useless bone marrow has to be struck. To make this possible, the patient is injected with a lethal amount of anti-cancer drugs and exposed to radiation. Essentially, they have to kill the faulty bone marrow once. That's why they put in a lethal amount of anti-cancer drugs. From there, they keep the patient alive while they kill their bone marrow. When you think about it, it's a terrifying treatment method. Complications due to the drugs are scary, but you can't let your guard down after the transplant goes through either. If the new bone marrow isn't successfully grafted into the body, the transplant will be a failure. You can't relax after the graft either. There's the possibility that the new white blood cells spawned from the bone marrow will think Miss Sakai's cells are foreign objects and attack them as part of GVHD, graft versus host virus. And even if the bone marrow grafts properly and GVHD is avoided, there's no guarantee that she'll not suffer from aplastic anemia again. There are plenty of fearsome elements in the treatment. It's one where the patient has to risk his or her life. I gently hold on to Miss Sakai's hand on the bench.
頑張ろう。
Our eyes meet, but she looks away in a huff.
私、お見舞いに行くよ。ここから先は私にできることはないかもだけど、私、ここで、この病院で待ってる。
いいわよ別に。見舞いなんか。見舞いになんて来なくてもいいって言ってるの。あなたにだって仕事があるでしょ。
I can't tell if she's being considerate of me or if she's putting up a strong front. But
それに副作用で髪が抜けたり、お肌だってガサガサになったりするし、そんな姿見られたくない。
even though it would be a temporary change, Miss Sakai is probably honest about not wanting me to see her in a different state. And my honest feelings are... I'll still go. I giggle so she can hear me.
私が行きたいだけだから酒井さんは気にしないで。会いたくない時は面会を拒否してくれていいからね。
タクシーが来たようです。
Miss Sakai slowly stands up.
お見送りはここまでで、わざわざ外に出なくてもいいです。あなたは仕事に戻ってください。
Saying that without fanfare, Miss Sakai picks up her bag and turns her back to me. Miss Sakai is going to leave. And all I can do for her is... I'll pray. Because praying is all I can do. I hope Miss Sakai's treatment goes well. The ward feels a lot lonelier. Is it because Miss Sakai isn't around? I was awfully distracted when I went out on a call, so the chief just scolded me.
いい加減にしなさい。患者さんは酒井さんだけじゃないのよ。仕事をするつもりがないなら帰りなさい。
It's been a while since the chief has chewed me out, so I feel really bad about it. Yeah, worried about Miss Sakai doesn't mean I should be out of it on the job. I need to get it together. I go up to the roof to find Ami there. I knew she'd be here.
アミちゃん、明日の検査のことだけど。
また一人になっちゃった。
She says tersely. I look at her face to see that she's smiling through tears. She probably misses Miss Sakai a lot as well.
さゆりんとなら仲良くなれそうだったのに。
It might be just bad timing, but Kahaku, Hiro, and Sho all left the hospital, leaving only Ami and Tsukushi in room 306. There's another kid who caught a cold on off-season that got worse, but she left after a week.
つくしちゃんがいるじゃない。
そうなんだけど。
She lowers her voice. She probably doesn't get along too well with Tsukushi, who tends to tell it like it is.
さゆりんは私に積極的に話しかけてくれることはなかったけど、でもいいことも悪いことも全部受け止めてくれそうな懐の深さを感じられて、一緒にいて心地よかったのに。
Wow. So that's what Miss Sakai seemed like to Ami.
さゆりん、早く帰ってくればいいな。
Ami murmurs that, holding back tears.
そうね。一緒に移植の成功を祈ろう。
Ami nods with teary eyes. I'm dreaming. That familiar girl is bawling.
どうしたの？何か悲しいことがあったの？
She looks up with a face wet with tears and continues to wail.
え？
She starts sniveling. I wonder if she had a fight with her friend. She's crying so much that I can't help but feel bad for her and embrace her. She has a cold, ominous body. When I twitch and try to pull away, she hugs me tighter instead.
あなたは私を見捨てないよね。
I find myself speechless.
一人は嫌なの。お願い、私を見捨てないで。
I cry in my ears. The frigidness of her cold body starts to pour into me. Is this a vision of death? I hear an ambulance siren howling from the distance. My eyes suddenly go dark. The chilly vision of death wraps around my body. I struggle and squirm inside its cold grasp, trying to get away from death's image however I can. I jerk awake. I let out a sigh and take some deep breaths. Then a question presents itself. Who was the girl in my dream? The girl's words merge with Ami's. If she was Ami, what was she doing in my dream? And why in the world was her body so deathly cold? When I finally get out of room 303, I lean against the wall in the corridor and take some deep breaths. I went to room 303 for Yamanouchi when a nurse call came in, but Mr. Toshida's dementia has gotten really bad. I can't get anything through to him, and our conversation turned into a comedy skit halfway through. And even Mr. Tilly, bedridden and admitted after a heart attack, burst out laughing. It was a lot to deal with. I stretch out the stress and start walking for the nurse's station. Was that Ami I passed just now? She seemed kinda different from usual. I was a little hesitant about calling out to her, but it would be weird to ignore her too. Alright, I'll talk to her. Eeps. Ami literally leaps up in surprise. She doesn't need to be that surprised. I watch her as she hurries back nervously to her room. Is it just me, or is there something strange about her? When I start heading back to the station, I notice there's something on the ground where Ami was. I pick it up to see that it's crumpled up wrapping. This wrapping with the cream on it, it's what was around the omelet I gave to Miss Sakai, right? What's it doing here? I change my destination from the nurse station to room 311. And when I put my hand to the door... Wait, the door opens? Now that's strange. The room should have been locked until Miss Sakai comes back. Just to make sure, I open the freezer. There are 2 frozen omelets left in the freezer. The door behind me opens, and Ami comes in looking like she's on the verge of tears. I could have just asked. I think to myself, but I quietly look up at Ami. She starts to cry. Why was she keeping them frozen? She said that they stayed good for longer if she kept them frozen, but was there another meaning to it?
アミちゃん、意味って何？
かおりんさんのお菓子をもらうようになって、さゆり口では迷惑がってたけど本当はすごく喜んでたんです。だから移植がうまくいってこの病院に戻ってきたら一番最初にあのお菓子を食べるんだって言ってました。なのにさゆりんが帰ってこなければ私があのお菓子を食べられるって。そんなこと私最低です。
Mommy's wailing. I'm sorry, but part of me can't sympathize.
私いけない子です。かおりんさん、私を叱ってください。
What should I do? I don't think I should be the one to chew Ami out. So... I decided to just flick her on the forehead.
かおりんさん、
私がアミちゃんを叱るなんてそんなのできないよ。
I turned back to her and pulled the last omelets out of the freezer.
かおりんさん、それ
無人の病室の冷凍庫に置きっぱなしにするわけにはいかないでしょ。これは処分しなくちゃね。
処分するんですか？
Ami seems baffled.
酒井さんにはこの病院に戻ってくる日に新しく作ったものを渡すから、これは処分。
それ捨てるんですか？
I'm not going to throw them away. They're omelets Miss Sakai had kept frozen. I'm going to take them back home and eat them myself.
じゃあそれ私にください。いいでしょ、どうせ処分するんだったら。
Ami suddenly requests them. I freeze up for a moment, but then smile at her. I'm eating them myself.
ダメ。これは私が食べるの。誰にもあげない。あげられないの。
I bluntly refuse.
そうですか。
Ami smiles through tears at what I say.
ああ、かおりんさんに振られちゃったな。でもいっか、そんなかおりんさんだから私は。
After looking at me for a while, Ami turns away. Then she silently leaves the room. I'm in Miss Sakai's room, alone. Ami's gone.
ごめんね。
I murmur that to no one in particular.
何キョロキョロしているんですか？
Hello? I come to the Taito University Hospital to visit Miss Sakai on my day off. It's as big as you'd expect a university hospital to be, and I got a little lost at the entrance. But the ward Miss Sakai is in is a bit older than the rest of the hospital. It might be because it's old, but its halls are a bit like the walls back in Yurigahama. And even the single room Miss Sakai is staying in seems familiar.
してないよ、キョロキョロだなんて。
自覚ないんですか？
Ugh, Miss Sakai looks annoyed. Leave me alone, okay? I'm wondering if all hospitals are like this. Or maybe our hospital and this ward were built in the same time period. Well, whatever.
そんなことより、はい、これお見舞い。
I forced myself to stop thinking about it and give Miss Sakai the box of sweets I bought at Kanakura on the way back. On the way.
何ですかこれ？
きっと私が作ったものよりこっちの方が口に合うよ。
She opens the box and takes a peek inside. I may be just imagining it, but she looks dissatisfied.
こんなに見た目が綺麗だと食べるのがもったいなくて食べる気になりませんね。
へえ、でも私が作った たお菓子より絶対こっちの方が美味しいよ。
そんなことは分かっています。そもそもプロのパティシエが作ったものと素人が作ったものを比べることが大間違いです。
Ugh.
でもやっぱり形がいびつなお菓子の方が気兼ねなく食べることができていい。
Oh, so that's what she meant. She's not displeased about their flavor. She's just disappointed that I didn't bring handmade stuff. She really needs to work on speaking her mind. Though that's one of the cute things about her. The sun has gone down a little. It looks like I stayed for a surprisingly long time.
じゃあ私そろそろ帰るね。
Right when I pick myself up from my chair, she grabs my hand.
何？どうかしたの？
Miss Sakai quickly lets go of my hand.
なんでもありません。
She averts her eyes. She seems to want to say something, but she stays quiet.
じゃあ私帰るね。また来るからね。
I think her grabbing my hand was her way of saying she didn't want me to leave. But this is Miss Sakai's hospital. I can't just stay here. I give her thin hand a little squeeze in the end and leave her room. She's crying. The girl in my dream is crying her eyes out.
私とうとう見捨てられちゃった。
Abandoned. If that's true, what should I say to her? And who abandoned this girl anyway? And why is she appearing in my dreams in the first place? I feel more anxiety about the girl herself than about her crying.
ねえ、あなたは誰なの？どうして私の夢の中にいるの？
Seeming to have not heard me, she shakes her head.
お願い、教えて。もしかしたら私があなたを助けてあげられるかもしれないよ。
The crying girl looks up.
私が誰か分かったら、きっとあなたは私から離れていく。
She starts bawling again. Now I get it. This girl isn't Ami. And if she isn't Ami,
私なんか誰にも愛されない。私がここにいるのに誰も気づかない。好きな人に気づいてもらえない。寂しい。
私はここにいてあなたの存在に気づいてるよ。それじゃダメなの？
I touch her shoulder. It's still really cold. It's so cold it's hard to imagine she's alive. The girl's cold hand grasps mine. A chill shoots down my spine. And as fear works its way over me, all the hairs on my body stand on end. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let her touch you? I can't push her away, not when she's this hurt. I have to be kind to her. The girl raises her head and looks at me. Her eyes are as cold as ice.
偽善者。
And with that, she vanishes before my eyes.
沢井さん、おはようございます。検温です。
はい。
The nurse that comes around hands me a thermometer. I put it under my armpit and pack it in tight.
沢井さん、戦死した場所の痛みはどんな具合ですか？
もうだいぶ痛くないです。
I'm in the Tato University's hospital. I got a call from the coordinator, and after adjusting my work schedule with the chief, I came here to donate my bone marrow to the same hospital that Miss Sakai's in. My bone marrow was extracted the day after I was admitted to the hospital, but the total anesthesia I was put under made it so that I didn't feel any pain or fear. But when it was all over and I woke up, my my butt hurt a little bit. Apparently, patients who have donated bone marrow have to stay in the hospital about a week after the operation. Some patients who undergo the operation get fevers or their pain persists. Now that might happen to other people, but after donating my bone marrow, my pain was mostly gone after the following 2 days, so I figured I could leave the hospital by then.
ダメよ。骨髄提供にだってリスクはあるのよ。クリニカルパスに沿った入院日数に従うべきだわ。感染とか起こしちゃったらどうするの？
Start an infection or something.
ええやん。どっちみち退院したかてあんたは休みやねんから。ここでゆっくり休んで白衣のお姉ちゃん見てニヤニヤしとき。
患者として看護師の動きを見る機会は少ないわ。この機会に他のスタッフの動きを見て休暇中でもしっかりと勉強しなさい。
Coming to visit, Senpai scolded me for my hastiness. Yasuko left me off, and the chief gave a very chief-like opinion. But my boring hospital days are over today. Once I eat my lunch, I'll no longer be a lowly patient at Teiso Hospital. When I express my gratitude in front of the nurse's station, someone I assume is the head nurse comes out.
いえいえ、私たちは何もしてませんよ。何も起こらなくてよかったわね。でもあなた、ドナーになるなんて偉いわね。
いえ、私にできることをしたまでです。
I mean, this is all I can do.
あなたから骨髄をもらった人は元気になれると思うわ。
はい、そうだったら嬉しいです。
When I smile, the head nurse smiles back.
あ、そうだ。この病院に酒井さゆりさんって人が入院していると思うんですけど。
Her eyebrow twitches.
それが
The head nurse smiles cheerfully. She went just a little pale a moment ago, right? I wonder if something happened to Miss Sakai.
ついでというのは変ですけど、ちょっとお見舞いに行こうかなって思うんですが、病室わかりますか？
Miss Sakai had been moved to a sterile room in preparation for the operation. I haven't been able to go visit her since she's been in pre-op, so I don't know where she is now.
酒井さゆりさんはこの塔の地下にある血液内科の無菌室に入院中ですよ。でも面会はガラス越しだけど、それでもいいのかしら？はい、
それは分かってます。どうもありがとうございました。
I bow my head and head for the stairs. Even if she's behind glass, I want to see Miss Sakai. I did my best, so I wanted Miss Sakai to see me after I'd worked so hard. And I wanted to tell her that she'd get better, for sure. But I was made to wait a little bit in front of the nurse's station in the hematology department, and when a nurse finally came out, she told me that Miss Sakai herself said she didn't want me to visit. Well, if she doesn't want to see me, there's nothing I can do. I stand up, feeling defeated. I drag myself up the stairs.
酒井さんには会えなかったな。待って！お見舞いの人！ちょっと待って！
I turn around to see another nurse running up to me.
これ、酒井さんからあなたに。
She hands me a sheet of notepaper. I open it up to see a line of numbers and letters. This is Miss Sakai's cell number and email address.
ありがとうございます。確かに渡したわよ。
I bow my head to the nurse as she dashes down the stairs, then I carefully put the paper into my pocket so it doesn't get crushed. It just feels right being back in my white uniform and getting back to nursing. It's a little sad that Miss Sakai isn't among the familiar faces in the ward, but I'm somewhat used to that loneliness now. Because Miss Sakai and I have been emailing every evening. Her messages are as blunt as you'd expect them to be, but sometimes she sends me really long emails overflowing with emotion. This is what I look forward to every evening. I hope the sun sets soon. Someone smacks me on the back. Thinking that it's Yamanouchi again, I turn around ready to complain at her.
今頃酒井さんも頑張ってるんでしょ。沢井も頑張らなきゃダメでしょ。
But standing behind me is actually Senpai. She looks a little angry.
仕事中にぼんやりしてる沢井なんて沢井らしくないよ。しゃっきりしなさい。
渚先輩。
沢井はうざいくらいに熱血じゃないと。
Huh? When did I become a hot-blooded character? Do I look hot-blooded to Senpai? I'm not sure how I feel about that. But at the same time, if she thinks I'm so passionate about work that I might seem too intense, well, that's probably something I should be happy about.
そうですね。私、酒井さんに負けてられませんよね。
そうよ、その調子。
Senpai and I share smiles.
先輩、私、先輩のことが大好きで、仕事に身が入らないんです。私もよ、沢井。沢井のことが好きすぎて、つい強く叩いてしまうの。
何言ってんですか。
ああ、渚先輩、私をもっと叩いてください。わかったわ、沢井。歯を食いしばれ、ピシー。
My god, stop.
やめて。私も沢井もそんな変態じゃない。
あなたたちの趣味思考はどうでもいいからちゃんと仕事しなさい。
A pleasant breeze is blowing. Omi slowly turns around.
まるで合いびきみたいですね、私たち。
Come to think of it, when I was up here with Miss Sakai during the night shift, Senpai and Yamanouchi call it a tryst. Same thing, basically.
この場所に来ると酒井さんを思い出すの。屋上では彼女素直な表情を見せてくれてたから。
カオリンさんたらサユリンのことばっか。もう嫌になっちゃう。
She gets angry in an adorable way.
私もサユリンみたいに人に嫌われるのを恐れないで本音でぶつかっていけばよかったのかな。
でも人に嫌われるのは怖いよね。私には酒井さんみたいな言動は怖くてできないよ。
うん、普通はできないですよね。
そう考えると酒井さんって強いな。
もうまたサユリンのことばっか。
She cutely smacks me a few times. It doesn't hurt at all, of course. I just give in to the moment and let my laughter escape me.
あみちゃんったら。
もうカオリンさんがサユリンのこと大好きなのは分かったから、のろけるのも自重してください。
I'm not exactly doing that, but... I chuckle a little. I love Miss Sakai, huh? Just realizing my love gives birth to something warm in my chest. Or at least that's what I think.
もうまたそんな顔して。いっつもそんな顔してるんでしょ。ナギさんがかわいそう。
なんで ここで渚先輩の名前が出るの？
もうニブチン、カオリンさんなんか知らない。
Feeling mad, Ami takes her leave. Why is Ami so mad? But she sure was cute when she was angry. I'm really jealous. I wish I could feel that cutely. Oh. I'm dreaming again. There's the expressionless girl in front of me. I'm standing across from her. I feel like she seems kind of like Miss Sakai.
あなたは酒井さん。
I asked timidly. Her expression doesn't change.
私はあなたの中の私。でもあなたよりはむしろあの子に似てる。
Huh?
愛してほしくて、でも愛されなくて、心の底で泣いているの。私は今までずっと頑張ってきた。大好きな人たちに幸せになってほしくて、ずっと頑張ってきたの。でも私の思いは誰にも伝わらない。叫ぶこともできなくて、ここでずっと。
Tears roll down her emotionless face. I have no idea who this girl is, but the loneliness she feels is real. That much I know.
辛かったね。
As she cries with a blank expression, I gently embrace her. Then something that shakes my heart flows from me into her, or from her into me.
大好き。かおりちゃん、大好き。泣かないで、お姉ちゃん。私はかおりちゃんの中で、かおりちゃんのために生きているから。
I look up quickly. I take a good look at the girl's face. I've seen this face before.
あなたは誰なの？私は。
She doesn't look like me when I was young. She's someone else. I leap awake, stunned. Who is that girl? I feel like tonight's dream only deepened the mystery around that girl. But still.
うわ、汗びっしょり。シャワーでも浴びてこようかな。
I hop out of bed, and when I start towards the shower, I notice that my phone's light is beeping.
メール。
浅田さんから連絡をもらいました。恥ずかしいから第三者の前でのろけるのはやめてください。
A blunt message from Miss Sakai as usual. But I wonder what kind of face she made as she typed it. I wonder what kind of face she made when she heard what Ami told her. I can't help but grin when I think about that. I take a look at the clock and see that it's 5 in the morning. I type up a message set to send later.
のろけたつもりはないけど、顔に出ちゃうみたい。だって大好きな気持ちは抑えられないから。送信。
Now then, I wonder what kind of face she'll make when she reads my message. I wonder if she'll go beet red again. Or get mad and send me a quick reply. I can't wait.
おはようございます。申し送りの前に連絡事項があります。酒井さんが急性期を脱したと入院先の帝都大学医学部附属病院から連絡がありました。
あ
わがまま娘の帰還の日がまた一歩近づいたってことやね。
あとは骨髄が無事に生着してくれるのを祈るだけです。まだ安心はできない状況ではありますが、一応皆さんにも報告しておきます。
Should let everyone know. The chief glances over at me. Her eyes stare in my relief, and when I start to smile in response, Senpai flings her arms around me.
よかったね、サワイ。
はい、よかったです。
Joy slowly bubbles up inside me. As I feel Senpai's warmth at my back, I desperately try to keep my face from collapsing into a grin. After eating lunch, I have some free time to relax for today's break. There aren't any patients in serious condition right now, so my break should go uninterrupted.
今のうちに。
I slip my cell phone out of my bag. Now, we're not supposed to use our phones outside of emergencies, even during break time. But wanting to call and congratulate Miss Sakai is a pretty big emergency. To me, anyway.
ピコピ。あと、早く会いたいです。なんてね。送信しちゃえ。
I sent it. I wonder what face she'll make when she reads this. Eeh, I'm blushing just thinking about it.
早く会いたいです。会ってこの手で抱きしめて、あなたが生きてるってことを実感させてください。そこまで書いてません。
I hop up to my feet when I hear a voice behind me. Yamanochi grins and plops herself on the sofa in front of me.
そこまで書かんでどうすんの。メールでは表情まで伝わらんのやから、普段より5割増しで気持ちを込めるんがセオリーや。
Basics? There are methods to this?
リアルで会うんやったらわざわざ好きって言わんでも伝わるけど、メールは言葉が全てやねんから。
She maintains her smirk as she draws her face closer.
だからオーバーかもって思うくらい、自分の気持ちを言葉に託しなさい。
Her breath in my ear.
ちょっと山之内さん、沢井に何してんですか？離れてください。
Someone barrels in and pries Yamanochi off of me.
沢井は酒井さんが好きなんです。変なちょっかいかけないでください。
The person running to my aid is Senpai?
別にちょっかいなんかかけとらんよ。
もうこういうのはダメです。沢井は今とっても大事な時期なんだから、見守ってあげましょうって言ったでしょ。
Huh? What did Senpai just...
その意見に同意してたんはあんたと主任とあと一部。うちは同意してへんし。
そんな、山之内さんは後輩の沢井が可愛くないんですか？
そう興奮すんな藤沢。ま、そこ座り。
Yamanochi points to the space next to me. Senpai's eyes widen when they lock with mine, and she sits down awkwardly next to me.
まあそういうことなのよね。
I don't really get it, but they're talking about me, right?
酒井さんに沢井を取られちゃうなんて超ショック。
Huh? The statement Senpai delivers as she stretches has me floored.
酒井さんあんなきつい性格だからノーマークだったのに油断してたわ。
Still away, had her guard down. What in the world is she going on about?
やめとき藤沢。沢井には何一つ伝わっとらんみたいや。 藤沢不憫な子。もう沢井のバカ。
She smacked me on the shoulder.
沢井の鈍感ぶりには昔からイライラさせられてたけど、今回ばかり沢井が鈍感でよかったわ。
Senpai, I have no idea what you're getting at.
うちも沢井の入院中締め切りの原稿あったのに手伝ってもらえんで真っ白入稿やってんで。ショックやわ。
Huh?
ちゅうことで次は沢井がおらんときは藤沢あんたが手伝え。なんで私が？後輩の不始末は先輩が償うもんやろ。ゲゲ、プライベートまでは知りませんよ。っていうか山之内さんの手伝いってあれでしょ。冗談じゃないです。嫌です。いや。冷たいぞ藤沢。
あなたたち静かにしなさい。廊下まで丸聞こえよ。
They all clam up when the chief comes in shouting. Then she leaves the room without saying anything else. You know, I really like this routine. I'm having that dream again, but this time there's no one there. I turn my head quizzically, but then I hear a child's voice.
ママ、今日も仕事なんだって。寂しいけどしょうがないよね。パパがいないんだもん。
That voice.
私、テストで100点取ったよ。これでママ、私のこと褒めてくれるかな？
I've heard this voice before, but who is it?
私、いらない子じゃないよね。私、こんなに頑張ってるもんね。友達なんていらない。私の足を引っ張ろうとするやつ、友達なんかじゃない。血は水よりも薄いのね。血がつながっていることは絆にはならないわ。世の中の人間なんてバカばっかり。こんな世の中で私が生きていく必要なんてあるのかな？
Whose voice is this, so filled with despair but hinting onto hope, trying desperately to be strong?
本音？そんなものはないわ。私は私を、私の生き方に口出ししないで。
When it hits me, a powerful wind blows past me. And after the powerful wind comes a quiet. Then I hear a voice from somewhere.
私のこと何も知らないくせに。
Oh, that's the girl that's always here.
私が痛いのを我慢すれば、お姉ちゃんは痛い思いをせずに済むんだよね。かおりちゃんは死んじゃダメ。
My name?
私がここに残るから。だから生きて、私の分まで幸せになって。大丈夫だよ、お姉ちゃん。私の代わりに見守ってあげてね。お願い。私の最後のお願いなの。大好きだよ、お姉ちゃん。好き。大好き。香り。
My eyes shoot open. There were two people inside me. One was Miss Sakai. Then, who was the other one? Who was that girl talking to her big sister? She wasn't my little sister. That wasn't my little sister's voice, and she said she wasn't. Who is she? And who's the big sister she was asking to watch over me? I didn't end up sleeping a wink that night.
ひどい顔をしているわね。
主任さん、おはようございます。
The chief strains out a smile as she slowly nods to me.
おはようございます。沢井さんは寝不足のようね。看護師は体力が肝心よ。しっかり眠っているの？
いえ、ちょっと変な夢を見て眠れなくて。
眠れないときはホットミルクに蜂蜜を垂らしなさい。
For some reason, that suggestion draws my attention. Something inside of me, a part of myself I don't know, yearns deeply for said milk. Wait, when the girl in my dream was talking about a big sister, could it have been the chief?
主任さんって妹さんいましたか？
Impulse speaks for me. I'm sure she'll just laugh it off or ask me what I'm going on about. But she looks at me and seems, for a moment, like she wants to cry. What's going on here? Her verge of tears face quickly takes on a soothing expression.
そうね。いたわ。
Past tense? Without saying anything else, she walks off. The girl in my dreams may just have some connection with the chief's younger sister. But even so, that's not something I can ask the chief about directly. I mean, how do I even bring this up? That a girl who might have a connection to the chief's younger sister might be inside me along with Miss Sakai. There's no way I can say that to the chief. I can hardly believe it myself. She'd just scoff at me and that would be that. I haven't confirmed that the girl is the chief's sister either, so I might want to keep quiet for now. Because being thought of as some weirdo is the last thing I need right now. I'll probably talk about it with Miss Sakai though. I don't mind her thinking I'm weird. When I get home, I send Miss Sakai an email. I tell her about how she appeared in my dream, and how in that dream I heard her say some of the things she's been holding in. It takes me a long time to decide whether to send it or not, but I ultimately decide to. I figure that it wouldn't be fair to keep quiet. Then I add in how I want to take away her loneliness and hit send. It's a little cheesy, but that's okay. And Yamanouchi did tell me that it's okay to exaggerate in emails a little, since your words are all you have in them. My phone suddenly chirps right in my hand. I look at the display and smile. Then I waste no time hitting the call button.
もしもし、沢井です。
突然ごめんなさい。声が聞きたくなって。
電話してきてくれて嬉しい。でも大丈夫なの？電話しても。
個室だからこっそりとね。見つからなければ大丈夫です。
She laughs gently on the other side of the line. As glad as I am to hear her sounding like that, I feel a touch worried. She seems different from usual.
なんだか酒井さんが素直だ。
何ですか？私が素直だとおかしいですか？
Oh, she's back to normal.
おかしくないけど、ちょっと違和感。
実は私も顔を見て喋ることができないので、なんだか調子が狂います。
それってお互い様だよね。
We both giggle. After having a nice chat about a variety of things, I quietly hang up the call.
なあ藤沢、なんや沢井、どないしたんや。わかりません。何か悪いものを食べたんでしょうか。
I get the feeling some people are watching me and whispering something. Not that I mind. I don't care what the people around me think. Doesn't bother me at all.
ねえ、沢井、朝から何ニヤニヤしてるの？それはですね。
I go on about how happy I was that Miss Sakai called me last night and how much fun we had chatting. But
バカップルや。正真正銘のバカップルの片割れがのろけ話聞かせやる。はあ、聞くんじゃなかった。
what's with that reaction? I opened up and everything.
で、その酒井さんですが、少し早いですが来週帝大附属を退院することになりました。
は？来週？早くないですか？
現時点ではあくまでも予定だけれど、でも想像以上に早いわね。移植された骨髄がよほど元気だったのね。
The chief takes a glance at me. I've been entertaining the possibility in the back of my head for quite some time, but was the bone marrow transplant Miss Sakai received mine?
骨髄がどうこうちゅう問題やなくて、単に早く誰かさんに会いたい一心でやないのかな。
そんな、私に会いたい一心だなんて。
My face grows furiously red.
ほう、愛の力は偉大やね。寂しいな、藤沢。別に私は沢井が幸せならそれでいいんです。藤沢、けなげな子。
I don't know when it happened, but apparently Yamanochi and Senpai are pretty good friends now. Well, it's nice that they're getting along so well. And I've got to work hard, so I can probably welcome Miss Sakai back next week. Miss Sakai is no longer in the acute stage of her condition. It's been about a month since the chief announced that. Oh, Miss Sakai, I think you should be back by now. Maybe her stay in the university hospital got extended somehow. Or maybe she's too embarrassed to come back to our hospital.
沢井さんに会いたいのは山々だけど、どんな顔したらいいのかわからないし、もう恥ずかしい。
Like that. Miss Sakai is surprisingly shy. But
戻るの面倒になってきちゃったな。ここ居心地がいいし、看護師のレベルも高くてイラつかないし。
hey, no fair. Wait, what if...
百合ヶ浜に戻りたい。でも私、不注意から感染症を起こして、今は動けないの。
Oh no, Miss Sakai, don't push yourself. Just rest and heal up. I can't keep this up. There are just too many possibilities and moving parts that my mind keeps slipping into negative thoughts. Let me just not think about it. That's probably the best choice for my mental health.
戻りました。
Huh, the chief is looking right at me, like she wants to say something.
さん、311を片付けてください。
はへ
It takes a while for me to understand what the chief just said to me.
酒井さんの私物は箱にまとめておいて、後で維持課の人が取りに来ます。
どうしてですか？ 311 号室は大学病院から戻ってくる酒井さんのためにキープしてた部屋ですよね。
Reluctance comes over the chief's face.
それはそうなんだけど、酒井さんの転院先が変わってしまったの。
As I try to process what I just heard, the chief calls a nursing assistant and asks her to pack up room 311 in my place. What's going on here? Why isn't Miss Sakai coming back? Does she hate me now or something? I don't get it. At the end of the day, the room we'd been keeping for Miss Sakai gets completely cleaned out. I called her phone, but I can't get through at all. She must have canceled the contract. I can't send her emails or texts either. When I called the university hospital, they said they couldn't tell me where she was transferred to because that would be personal information.
どうして？
There's only one thing I understand. That all connections between Miss Sakai and myself have been cut.
酒井さん、どうして何も言ってくれなかったの？
Tears fall onto my now useless phone. I quickly look up. I try to wipe my tears as fast as I can and open the door. And standing behind it is...
主任さん。
入っても。
I nod slowly and I let her walk into my room.
あなたに話すべきかどうか迷ったけれど、やっぱり何も知らないのはフェアじゃないから話しておくことにするわ。
What the chief tells me about Miss Sakai's situation isn't something I had predicted in the least. It wasn't because of her condition that Miss Sakai hadn't returned to Irigahama. Right before she was discharged from the university hospital, she invited the chief to her room and talked with her about how scared she was of meeting me. Through tears, she told the chief about how she couldn't believe in people's affection, and that even though she wanted so desperately to be loved, she was terrified of the idea. Feeling sorry for Miss Sakai, the chief introduced her to a landlord her father knew. Miss Sakai, you could have spoken about that with me.
私が知っているのはここまでよ。酒井さんの転院先や引っ越し先は知らないわ。
I had been that much of a burden on Miss Sakai. But I just fell for the sight of Miss Sakai enduring her loneliness and fell in love with her as a person, that's all. Was falling in love with Miss Sakai that much of a burden on her?
泣かないで、沢井さん。
私、酒井さんに会いたい。こんな終わり方は嫌。
The chief lets out a conflicted sigh.
一つだけ方法がないわけではないわ。酒井さん、荷物の引き取りの手続きに維持課に来るのよ。あさって、それがラストチャンスよ。
I want to see Miss Sakai no matter what. I just couldn't accept never seeing her again like this. So I was selfish and waited in the outpatient ward when Miss Sakai was scheduled to arrive. But she took one look at me and ran.
待って、お願い、待って。
I try to hurry after her as fast as I can, but she gets into the taxi she had waiting and drives off.
どうして？
Why, Miss Sakai? I look up to the sky. It's a tragically clear blue sky. I know that my romance is over. The sky is so bright that I have to close my eyes. After a few days, a letter from Miss Sakai came to me through the hospital. The letter only has the sender's name on it. There's no address.
前略沢井香織様。突然姿を消してしまってごめんなさい。きっと今頃さぞご立腹のことでしょう。沢井さんのこと大好きでした。今でも大好きです。あなたが私にくれた愛情は私にとってかけがえのない宝物です。でも私には沢井さんの気持ちを受け止めるだけの勇気も自信もありませんでした。土壇場になって私は自分の醜さをあなたにさらす勇気がなくて逃げました。本当にごめんなさい。私のことは忘れて幸せになってください。どうかお元気で。酒井さゆり。
沢井さん、大丈夫なの？沢井さん。沢井さん、返事をしなす。
Someone comes into my room. With the letter still in my hands, I slowly look up.
明かりもつけないで何をしているの？
主任さん。
やっぱり酒井さんからの手紙だったのね。
I slowly nod.
あなたに手紙を渡した事務の人がとても心配していたわ。差出人を見たあなたの顔色が変わったって。
The chief sits down next to me.
手紙の内容聞いてもいいかしら？
I crushed the letter in my hands. I didn't want to show her. This message is from Miss Sakai. This message from Miss Sakai is mine and mine alone. I wanted to leave it in my heart and only there.
ご心配をおかけして申し訳ありません。ジムの人にも謝っておいてください。
I tear the letter apart.
私は頭に血が上っていたようです。でも、もう大丈夫ですから。
I tear it so finely that you can't read the letters anymore. I tear it so finely that it can't be patched together ever again.
沢井さん。
No one but me can read this letter. No one but me knows what it says. I'm the only one who knows Miss Sakai's heart, no one else. And I'm the only one who knows that Miss Sakai loves me.
私が未熟だから酒井さんを追い詰めてしまいました。私には恋をする資格はありません。
沢井さん。
The paper has been torn into tiny bits, but I tear those into even tinier bits. I can't let anyone read this, ever.
主任さん、恋って何でしょうね。
Tears roll down my cheeks. There are no pieces of paper big enough to tear remaining. Miss Sakai's letter is gone.
それは私にもわからないわ。
More tears streamed down my cheeks, falling from my chin onto the pile of paper shreds that used to be a letter.
沢井さん
A gust of wind blows in from the open window, scattering the pile of Miss Sakai's shredded letter away.
辛いです。辛くて寂しくて気が変になりそうです。
沢井さん
The powerful wind scatters the letter all over my room.
こんなに辛いなら恋なんてしなければよかった。
And so ended my love. I'm going to hold on to it as I don my nurse uniform in that hospital. And as I search for traces of Miss Sakai and whichever patient moves into room 311, I'll paste on a smile so I don't worry them.
私、もう誰も好きになりません。これからは看護師としてのみ生きようと思います。
I'll focus entirely on nursing, until the day comes that by some coincidence I meet her again after she's taken on the white. Oh damn, that was that. I also didn't realize how much I related to Sayuri. Just everything was so sad. So I didn't think her normal route would be so long, so I'm gonna end it after these credits, and then next time I'll do her other endings. They're probably gonna be short, the bad ones anyway. And then let's see. Next is Chief. Or should I change the order, because I feel like the Chief's endings are like the most important, you know? Like that mysterious girl and the sister. Maybe I should end it with the Chief, I don't know. Well, I do want to get Ami out of the way, so I guess I'll do Ami next. It just feels wrong, again, to love this high schooler. Like, maybe they intend for you to do the Chief last because of all the requirements. Like, I guess you need to do Nagisa Senpai and Yamanouchi, or Sayuri, I mean, her roots in order to do all her ending. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it, even though it was a really sad story. And I'll catch you on the next one, where we continue with Sayuri and her endings. And probably move on to Ami too, so stay tuned, and I'll catch you on the next one. Bye!